How's it going? My name is James and welcome to this full stack course. Now I'm so supremely happy to finally have this course live and available because not only did I spend an absolutely ungodly amount of time planning, preparing, and recording all of this material, but also for the longest time I have wanted to create a course where not only do we build out an absolutely wicked web portfolio, but we fill it with 3 supremely awesome full stack projects that not only are of the caliber needed to land you a job, but also teach you all of the foundational skills and knowledge you need to know to become a supreme full stack developer. And that's good if you want to work as a software developer. It's awesome if you want to go and build your own wicked full stack software. And so at the end of the day, it's just a super cool course. Now the course itself is broken down into 4 chapters, starting off with chapter number 1, the humble web portfolio. Now I've done a lot of research on web portfolios, and in my opinion, the KISS principle applies: keep it simple, stupid. Better to have a clean, clear, and concise web portfolio and then knock people's socks off with the projects that are contained within. So here is the small portfolio that we will be building in this course. It's pretty straightforward. Introduces you, what your role is, a little bit about you. Then we've got some contact or social information. The same is linked up here. We have a fun game to keep people intrigued. What is the game, you ask? Well, we click on the button, it says to pick a color. I'm going to go for a dark color, and I click off the page, and now the text has changed and it tells me that I've ruined the website, which is fair enough. That doesn't look so hot flash, but then I can reset it and now we are back to normal. So that's just a fun little interactivity. Now this web portfolio is built with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript because it's good to demonstrate that you understand when you don't need to overcomplicate development. The purpose of this course is to start off using simple foundational technologies, and as the course progresses, integrate and introduce more and more complex development frameworks. Anyway, as we scroll down, we have the skills section. We have a beautiful little table, which is totally an underrated HTML element. It just quickly describes what your area of expertise are, including some of the specific technologies that pertain to these topic areas. And then we scroll down to the most important part of this portfolio website, the projects. So here we have some pretty simple project cards, and these are the 3 projects we're going to be building in this course. At the bottom, we have a neat little footer, and each of the project has a little tag that describes the technology in the project. We have a neat little image. We have some text description in addition to the GitHub link. So this is the link to the code for that project, and also the live link. All of the websites in this course will be mobile responsive, so this is the mobile responsive interface for our web portfolio. Nice and tidy. And now that we've had a look at the web portfolio, let's dive into our first major project, which is the brogram. So the brogram is the 30 simple workouts, and it's a web application built with ReactJS and Fantasy CSS that allows people to get into lifting. So we start off with a little hero section. Once again, it's incredibly mobile responsive, which is very important. And then we've got some rules that explain to a user how to progress through this weightlifting plan. We tell them about the reps, the weights, and the rest. As we scroll down, we get to the interactive part of the site, which is actually the workout plan. And here we have a grid that shows the 30 days of workouts. Essentially, we don't let them click on any of the later ones until they have done the one that is available to them. So that is day 1. We can select that's a push workout, and it tells us that we have a warm-up section. It tells us the sets, the reps, weights aren't applicable to the warm-up, and then we have the actual workout. In here we can track our maximum weight that we used for that exercise. We can progress through all of them. At any time we can save and exit, which will persist our progress inside of local storage. And if I were to enter 21 for all of them, only upon entering a weight for every exercise can we complete the exercise, unlocking day 2, which is a pull workout. Even cooler, if they're confused about what exactly an exercise entails, they can click this little question mark, and that's going to show up a modal overlay that has the name of the exercise in addition to a description that I spent ages writing out for this wonderful course. We can then select off the modal and that will close it, come back to the workout. And as I said, if I save and exit and refresh the web page, we can see that our data is persisted until eventually we get to day 30. We have some lovely grid layouts. So obviously when we're on the mobile device size, we go from a 5 to 3 column layout for our workout planner. And the workouts look super good on a mobile device as well. So that is project 1 built in React. Now we can have a look at project 2, which is the small store. Now, if you have never built an e-commerce store, it is an amazing thing to build. It unlocks so much opportunity if you ever want to become an entrepreneur within software, sell your own products in a store. This is the project you are looking for. The project starts off with a really nice and neat hero section that welcomes us to the store. We can either shop on the stickers or shop for the planner. If we scroll down, we start off and we display the Medieval Dragon Month Planner. This is a PNG asset that I personally had designed and built for my own interests. I like having nerdy fantasy themed stuff, so this is a planner I use to keep track of my month. If we click on an item, it shows up in a modal overlay to display a higher quality image. And if we keep scrolling, we can see all of the stickers. Likewise, I had all of these designed for my favorite technologies inside of programming. We see their prices. It's a beautiful display for an e-commerce store. And likewise, if we click on any of these, they show up with the image in high resolution. And even cooler, we can add these all to our cart. And when we do so, our cart shows that we have items in it. So I can add a bunch of these to my cart and the cart will track what is inside the cart. Now when I'm ready to check out, I simply click on the cart item. It shows a summary of all of the items. We can change the quantity, remove items, add more of them. I could come back to the home page and carry on shopping. We don't lose our cart when we use page rerouting. And finally, when I'm ready to purchase everything, I can click checkout. And Stripe, which powers all of the transaction and payment handling for this project, will create a legitimate checkout where I can enter my email, my card information, and pay for these products. For this project, we set up Stripe inside of test mode so that we can use fake payment information to handle and test these transactions. However, you can just as easily set it up in the live mode to handle legitimate transactions and actually start earning some money. We can test the checkout here. I've entered some fake card details. I can come down and click pay. That's going to process this payment and redirect me to a thank you for my purchase page to show that I have successfully completed my transaction. I can click continue. That takes me back to the home store, but even cooler, I can come into the Stripe dashboard and we can see all of the information regarding our payments from different users. Just here I can see I had a payment today for $23.96 at 9:51. That was just then. And if I come over to transactions, we can see here we have this transaction. I can click on it and we can see all of the details about this particular purchase. And then if you had a live store, it's from within here that you could handle the fulfillment of that order. So it's an absolutely brilliant project. Learning how to use Stripe is such a cool skill set to have, because so many startups in the modern age use Stripe for all of their payment handling. So if you learn how to handle actual user transactions, that's going to be a very beneficial skill for you to have on your resume. And that is project number 2. Project number 1 will be deployed on Netlify, and project number 2 will be deployed using AWS Amplify service, because this is a full stack Next.js project. Next.js allows us to create backend endpoints, which are essential for us to create these Stripe checkouts. So we need to deploy our project using a deployment service that allows us to deploy full stack infrastructure. So while these first 2 projects are technically more towards the front end, the latter 2 heavily depend on us developing some backend infrastructure. So that is project number 2, the e-commerce store. And finally, saving the best for last, we have our last project, which is Xpenny, the subscription tracker. Now, where our small store used the backend to handle transactions using Stripe, Xpenny is a full stack project that incorporates user authentication and database interactions using the Firebase service. Firebase is a Google-owned service that is a plug-and-play backend for your applications. And in this project, we learn how to configure it so that when we come to this beautiful landing page that tells users all about our application, we can click Get Started, and that will take us to our user login. It's also rerouted us to the dashboard. So we have an authentication protected route. Now I've already created an account, which I registered when we were building this application. So I'm going to log in. We handle all of the user authentication. And when we do log in, we are now able to access the dashboard. Within the dashboard, we start off with some subscription analytics. Now just here, I added a very silly subscription. We can see this is a subscription card, an example of it. I could add another one, and then we get a nice form that allows us to enter all of the information that would be related to a subscription that we need to keep an eye on. As we add more and more, that will change our subscription analytics. So this will give us a high-level overview of our overall spending and some other important metrics that might be valuable for users to see. Once again, this application is very mobile responsive, so it looks great on a mobile device size as well. Everything is super responsive, nice and tidy. We use some amazing grid layouts to get all of these styles and designs. Overall, the application just looks absolutely wicked. We have a very nice footer down here. You could take any of these projects and continue to develop upon them and turn them into your own businesses, or just have them as portfolio projects, and I guarantee they will knock the socks off anybody you share them with. We can click back on Expeni, and that takes us over to the landing page, and that brings us to a close of our 3 projects in addition to the web portfolio that we will be building in this full stack course. So now we know a bit about what we're going to be building in the course. The question remains, what are the prerequisites for completing the course? Now, unfortunately, this is not a completely beginner-friendly course. You need to have some experience coding with front-end development frameworks, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, all that good stuff. Now, if you're unsure whether or not that includes you, all you have to do is come over to the Small James Learn to Code roadmap, and you ideally want to be comfortable with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, some front-end frameworks, specifically ReactJS and NextJS, and maybe have a bit of experience with back-end development. Obviously, if you feel you need to brush up on any of this material, you can find free resources right here. This is linked in the course description. Equally, you're welcome to just give it a shot, see how far you can progress through, and if you get stuck at any point, those courses are there available to you for free, so you can just rip through them and return to the course and complete it and have this supreme web portfolio with all of these cool full stack projects. Now, furthermore, last thing I'm going to talk about before we dive into the code is what should you do if you get stuck? Obviously, there is the roadmap, but you have questions specific to these projects. Well, I've got you covered there as well. In the course description, I have linked the GitHub repo that contains all of the code that we are going to be writing in this course. So at any point, if you get stuck, you can compare your code to mine. You can use my code, you can leverage it. And even cooler, should you have any questions, qualms, or queries, you can head over to the Issues tab, click on the issue, create a new one, just say Help Wanted, detail your question, and either myself or someone else will come back to you and help you resolve whatever it is that you are currently uncertain about. And with that all said, that's enough of me rambling on. I hope you have a thoroughly enjoyable time working through this course. I'm so excited to share this experience, this journey with you. And as always, if you enjoy the course, don't forget to smash the like and subscribe button so that I can continue to feed Doug a healthy diet. Alright, it is now time for us to dive into chapter 1 of this 4-chapter course. We're going to start off nice and easy, ease into the technical content in this mighty great course, and we are going to begin by crafting the web portfolio that we're going to have live on the internet that we are then going to fill with our projects at the end of this course. So chapter 1 is the web portfolio. This is how you put your best foot forward if you're applying for jobs. It's where you can have all of your links, everything about you, show some design flair, some personality, link all of your projects and your code, and ultimately just become a legendary programmer. As I said, the latter 3 chapters are going to be the projects that we will then import into our web portfolio to have on display, to knock the socks off our family, our friends, anyone we share the link with, including prospective employers. Now, I'm a big believer in not overcooking the web portfolio. I think that a lot of people massively overcomplicate it. And so we are going to start off nice and simple by building it in plain old HTML and CSS. That makes it incredibly performant. It loads in a heartbeat. It's super easy to get up and running. And if you want to come back and modify it, it's just that much easier. Now to get started, I have already opened up an instance of Visual Studio Code, which is my code editor. Currently I have a blank window open. If you're wondering what theme I'm using, I always get asked what theme am I using. It's the free CodeCamp theme, which can be installed via the Extensions tab. What I'm going to do from this blank window is click this open button and open up a new project directory for this course. Now I have here a folder that has all of my coding projects. And I'm going to click on that folder, and this is where we're going to create our project folder for this course. Now you should be able to do this on any operating system. It's pretty straightforward. We're just creating a folder through the Visual Studio Code interface. And so here I'm going to click Create New Folder, and I'm going to name this folder the Full Stack Course, because that's pretty much what it is. It's a course where we're going to build out some full stack projects. And I'm actually going to make full stack one word. No, two. That's good. So I'm going to hit create on that, and then I'm going to hit the open button, which is just behind my big old head right here. So that is going to open up a brand new instance of Visual Studio Code. Here on the side we can see we have the Explorer window open. Here we can see at the top that we are in fact inside our full stack course directory, and this is where we're going to create our 4 projects, starting off with number 1, the web portfolio. So what I'm going to do right here is create a new folder, and that is going to be called 1_web_portfolio. That's pretty easy breezy, off to a nice start. We have now created the folder directory inside of our full stack course for our web portfolio. Now, as I said, this portfolio is pretty simple. We're just going to be using some plain old HTML and CSS. For this course, I am going to make us go through most of the CSS together, because not only is the objective of this course to give you a web portfolio and projects of the caliber needed to land you a job and once again knock the socks off prospective employers, it's also to make sure that you actually have the skills needed to then get hired and contribute as an effective employee to pretty much any code base. So we're going to go through it as a final once over everything to make sure that you really do have all the skills and knowledge you need to become, an absolute wizard of a developer. Now, inside of our web portfolio, we need 3 main things to get started. To create them, I'm going to right click on the folder, click New File, and in here, I'm going to create the index.html. Now, .html is the file extension to create an HTML file, and in here what I'm going to use is a secret hack inside of Visual Studio Code. If I type in the exclamation key, it's going to suggest this boilerplate code. So I can hit enter on that exclamation key, and that is going to give us the boilerplate code that we need to create an HTML document. Now, if we take a look at what we've been presented with, up the top we have the doc type that specifies that this is in fact going to be HTML code. Here we have the HTML opening and closing tags, so the HTML code we're going to be writing is enclosed within the opening HTML tag and the closing HTML tag. Down the bottom we have an opening and corresponding closing body tag. That's for all the visible information on our website. That's where all the HTML code that we will be using to create this visible content will be going. And the head tags are the meta information about the page. So that's going to be all of the specificities and basically specs that we need for this project that won't be visible on the website, but are still very important. So that's file number 1, all complete. Now, as I've said before, at any point throughout this course, you can always compare your code to mine via the GitHub repo for this course. It's linked in the description down below. If you do go check it out, if you could star the repo, love that support. And that's where you'll find all my code that you can compare to yours should you need that assistance. Also, if you have any questions, as I said earlier, you can post them as issues in the GitHub repo, and either I myself or someone else will come back and resolve any questions, qualms, or queries you may have. So file number 2 that we're going to be creating inside the 1_web portfolio file directory, and that's going to be a styles, S-T-Y-L-E-S, .css, where .css is the file extension for a CSS file. Now HTML is the content of the website, CSS is the styling of the website. So we apply the styles, we cascade the styles to the elements or the tags inside the HTML file, and we beautify them, we make them look pretty. So we'll wire these two together very shortly. We're going to need another file, and this one is going to be downloaded from the internet. And that is going to be Fanta CSS. Now this is my little design library that we're going to be using throughout this course. We're going to style all of the layouts because that's a really important skill for anybody to be able to do. But as for the actual elements themselves, how pretty they look, a lot of that is going to be done by Fanta CSS. So this is going to be linked in the description down below. We're going to come over to the GitHub page for it. Once again, if you can start the repo, love that support. You can also find it inside of this folder directory in the full stack course repo. It will be saved there as well, so you could download it from there also. And we're just going to come in here, click on the fanta.css file, and we're going to hit this download button, and that is going to download it into my full stack course inside the web portfolio. And I'm just going to save that there. And now inside of our Visual Studio Code, we can see that pop up. And this just has all of the CSS that we need for our project. Now, once again, you can also copy it from the GitHub repo for this course. That is equally valid. And with that loaded into our device, I'm actually going to make one small change here. Fanta CSS enables dark mode and light mode, or dark theme and light theme. For the web portfolio, I'm actually going to keep it in light theme because that encourages trust, transparency, and cleanliness. So what I'm going to do is scroll up to the top, and between the lines 66 and 113, I'm just going to select that whole section, and you can go ahead and delete that. I personally am just going to comment it out because I don't want the dark themes to apply to this website. If you do want to keep it there, you're more than welcome to. If you want to experiment with what it looks like, I'll show you how to do that very shortly. So these are the three files that we're going to be working with to create this web portfolio. The last thing we're going to need is to create a new folder inside of our web portfolio directory. So I'm going to right click, click new folder, and I'm going to name that public. Now, if you're unfamiliar, the public folder is for serving up public assets. So that could be fonts, it could be images, it could be videos, or any of that kind of static information. So I'm going to include that folder right here. And in our case, for this web portfolio, we are going to be putting our project thumbnails inside of this folder. Now, if you're unfamiliar with what that looks like, if we just scroll down here we can see the thumbnails. Pretty straightforward. These are the assets that we're going to be serving up from this directory. Now, obviously, these images are going to be images from our last three projects. So as we finish these projects, we will swap out these images later. For now, what I'm going to do is just use 3 default images from some existing projects I already have. I'm just going to copy them directly across into the public directory. We can see the 3 right here. You can download these from the GitHub repo onto your device, save them inside this public directory, and we can just use them as placeholders until we have finished our latter 3 projects. So with this one folder and these 3 files, we now have all the files and directories we need to finish chapter 1. Now we're going to start off inside the HTML, and first what we're going to do is write out the content, and then we'll come back and have a second go at styling all of it and making it look pretty, so that we end up with a pretty nice and neat portfolio website with some fun extra little features, such as this neat little game where we can change the color and ruin the website and tell the user that they've ruined the website, and then consequently allow them to reset it. So that's pretty cool. Now at this point, it's time for us to load up our website in development mode. Now there's a couple of ways you could do this. One, you could simply drag and drop the index.html into the browser. And the browser is smart enough to recognize that's an HTML document and load it up. Now our website has no content, but we can see that the title is reflected in the tab name, so we know that it's working. However, that's actually not what we're going to do, because we would have to do that every time we make changes to our index.html, which will become pretty arduous. So instead, what we're going to do is download an extension inside of Visual Studio Code called Live Server. So I'm just going to look up Live Server in the extension tab, and up the top here we have this extension. It's got nearly 58 million downloads. It's absolutely brilliant. You can just install it right here, and once that's installed, what you will be able to do is right click inside of your HTML file and select this Open with Live Server button, or this option. If you click that option, it's going to do the same thing as we just had before. Open up the document, but it's actually serving it up from a URL. And now, every time we make changes inside of this index.html, for example, I write some code, we can see the dot there, it needs saving. I save that. That is now reflected in the web page. So that's just going to make this development process that much faster. Now, one quick thing I wanted to just mention about Live Server is that when you right click and you open with Live Server, if you don't get that website straight popping up for you, what you can do is see down here, this is the Live Server port. So it's port 5501. All you do is you come over to your device and you can either type in these numbers 127.0.0.1, or you can type in localhost port 5001, and in this case we'll need slash, and it's one_web_portfolio, and then slash index.html. And I lie, I got that wrong, port 5501. And I know that's a complex URL, this is just for development, but once again, if it doesn't automatically pop up on you, all you do is copy this text right here, make sure that this port matches your port down here for that Live Server extension. Now in here, first what we're going to do is wire up the two CSS files to our document. Now because that's not visible content, that obviously goes in the head tags between the opening and closing head tag, which contain the meta information for this project. So just in here, I'm going to open up a new link tag, and it is going to be self-closing, which means that it does not need a corresponding closing tag. And in here, I'm going to add the rel attribute, set that equal to a string, and inside the string, we are going to have the keyword style sheet. So this link right here has a relationship of style sheet, and then what we're going to do is provide a link, which is an H reference, and that's going to be equal to a string. And in here, we're going to provide the link to the style sheet. So the first one I'm going to add is the styles.css. And then what I'm going to do is copy this entire line, or I can duplicate it, but I'm going to go ahead and copy it, paste that on a new line, and then I'm also just going to make sure we import the fanta.css style sheet. Now if I go in here and write some text, we will see that the font has already changed, and that's because Fanta CSS comes with some default fonts. If you want, you could go and fiddle with the fonts. I think these look pretty cool, but at the end of the day, you can totally choose what works for you. Here we just import the Google fonts at the top, very straightforward, and then they just get applied at the top of the document right around here. So that is our two style sheets imported. Now, as I said earlier, Fanta.css is going to style all the elements, and styles.css is going to be layout centric, so that's pretty straightforward. Now, before we carry on, one thing I also want to mention is that if you do want to get better with your Visual Studio Code shortcuts, I'd recommend coming over to the VS Code Shortcuts website that I have created. It's linked in the description down below, and it just has every command that I use on a regular basis that I would recommend anyone to learn. It's pretty straightforward. If you want to support that, it's freely available, make it more accessible to everybody, then you can come over and star the repo. There's a link to the GitHub code down there. Equally, if you have any additions that you would like to make, extra commands that you think are super handy, then you can go ahead and suggest them on the GitHub repo for that. So that's linked in the description down below if you want to become a Visual Studio Code whiz. So now that we've linked our two style sheets, let's finish up the head section by just adding a new tile. So this is going to be James Web Portfolio. That's going to be the title of the document, and the text within the opening and closing title tags will be reflected up here. So now we can see it matches the demo that I showed earlier. Now that we're finished with the head tag for the minute, we'll be coming back to it a little bit later. Let's start adding some actual content to the page inside the opening and closing body tags. Now we're going to start off with a header element. Now the header element obviously contains the header content, and after that we have the main opening and closing tags, and then we finish up with the footer opening and closing tags. And these are very important semantic tags. They're pretty much single use, and they tell the user a lot about the document. Anyone who looked at our code, they get a better semantic understanding of our HTML code. So that's super cool. And the first one we're going to work through together, we're going to start at the top and work our way down, is the header. Now, once again, the whole mentality behind this web portfolio is simplicity is best. You know, the web portfolio is to tell the reader a little bit about you, show them that you know what you're doing, and ultimately link them to almost more important stuff, which is going to be our projects in this case. So we're going to start off up the top with an anchor tag, which is going to create a link. And in here, that's just going to say James M, my first name, and the first letter of my last name. Now, anchor tags, inside of the opening anchor tag, or A tag, we need to provide an href, which is the link to which this anchor tag, directs a user. And that is just going to be /, which is going to be the home directory. So that's pretty straightforward. Nice and easy. Now, right now, that link isn't going to be very happy, but it will be when we have deployed the portfolio. If I click it, it's going to direct us to the full stack course directory, which is not what we want, but we will resolve that when we deploy all of this code. So for now, we're going to keep it just like that with the /. Now that's going to be on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, we are going to have some nav tags. And we're going to have an opening and corresponding closing tags, and these are going to contain links that navigate a user to some useful sites. So in here, we're going to have some more anchor tags. So I'm going to create one right here. I'm going to create the href attribute for the opening tag. And then now that we have this template, I'm going to copy that line and duplicate it because we're going to have two. Now in this case, what links are most handy? You can actually choose in this case. You could either link a user to internal sections of your document. For me, what I'm going to do is link the user to my external sites. One is going to be the LinkedIn and one is going to be the GitHub. Now if you want to learn how you can create the ultimate LinkedIn and GitHub, I also have a pretty cheap Udemy course where I basically go through everything you need to know to have a friendly and welcoming LinkedIn, a very professional and awesome GitHub page, and also a bit about the resume and cover letter. So that could be, that's linked in the description down below if you want to check that out. Anyway, that's what I'm going to do because it links people immediately to my code bases via GitHub. They can check out my coding ability. It links them to my LinkedIn. They can see I'm actually a human. Maybe I look friendly. Maybe they want to connect with me and add me to their network. The cool thing about LinkedIn, as much as it can be a cringe platform, at the end of the day, the next person to hire you probably has a LinkedIn page. And if you can become part of their network, then that's going to be awesome. Anyway, I digress. Back to the code. Now, you could obviously just write LinkedIn and GitHub in here. For me, I think that's a bit boring, so it's time to add some flair to our website with the use of icons. Now, to make this easy, I like using the Font Awesome icon package. So in here, I'm just going to Google fontawesome.com. This is linked in the description down below. And in here, we can see we have a lot of icons. I could look up GitHub, and I can select from the free icons, and actually let me reset that. Let's just look up GitHub. Come on, search on that, enter, backspace. Here we have the GitHub icon, and what I can do is I can select that icon. Sometimes the website can be a bit glitchy, so if you just click and then click away, it comes up with a window right here. We want the HTML code, which contains this little icon, and the class specifies exactly which icon. If you click on it, it will copy it. We can come back over to our code and paste it directly inside of the anchor opening and closing tags. If I now go ahead and save that, we will see that that has not loaded on our website, and that is simply because there is one more step to configuring Font Awesome icons to work with our project. So what we're going to do is look up the Font Awesome CDN 6.0. Now this will also be linked in the description down below. It will bring us to this page, and all we want to do is copy this top link tag right here. If we copy that link tag, we can paste it underneath our other link tags in the head section of our HTML document. I can enter onto a new line, paste that in, and that is now a link to enable Font Awesome icons to our website. So if I save that and come back over to the actual website, we now have that GitHub icon. And I can actually be a little bit clever and just copy that icon and paste it into the second anchor tag, and just change the second one from GitHub to LinkedIn, the second class. Save that, and now we have the LinkedIn icon. So that is that section complete. Super simple. And with that done, we have nearly completed our header section as well. The last thing we're going to do in here is copy in the actual URLs. So for LinkedIn, I'm going to come over to my LinkedIn page. I'm going to come over to my home page and just copy this URL up the top. Once I've copied that URL, I'm going to paste it into the H reference right there. That's the string. And then I'm going to do the same for my GitHub, so I can just come over to my GitHub page, copy that link, and paste it in the second href attribute on the second anchor tag. If I now save those links have been added, and the last thing I'm going to do is add a secondary attribute right here. Currently, if we click these links, they're going to redirect the user from our web page to these links. However, that actually takes them away from our web page before they've even looked at it. So instead, I want to open up these links in new tabs, and we can create that behavior using the target attribute. So I'm going to add the target attribute to the opening tag, and I'm going to give it a value inside of a string as underscore blank. That basically says open it up in a blank tag, and I'm going to copy that attribute and add it to the second anchor tag, save that, and now if I come back over to my website and if I click on the LinkedIn, it takes me to the GitHub. And that's because I'm a Muppet and I got my links around the wrong way. So I'm just going to cut this href, paste it in the first one, and copy the first one to the second, and that is now matched appropriately. Easy breezy cover girl. So with that done, we have now completed the header section of our HTML document. Obviously it doesn't look very pretty, but we will come back and address that later. Now the main section has lots of content, so what I'm actually going to do is skip all the way down to the footer and do that first, because that's pretty simple and straightforward. Now the footer, all we're going to do in here is create a paragraph tag that contains some paragraph text. And this is just going to have a little sentence that says by, and then in here we're going to have an anchor tag inside of the paragraph, and that is going to be small James or whatever your name is. And then after that we're going to have the star emoji, and we're just going to say star the repo on. Then we're going to have a secondary anchor tag, and that is going to say GitHub. And this is kind of cool because if you have a public repo, you can get some clout on it by getting people to star on it. In here, we're going to have an H reference. That's going to have a link. Instead of it being to your actual GitHub, it's going to be to the specific repo for this code base. So we'll update that later. And once again, we're going to give the opening anchor tag the target attribute and set it equal to underscore blank. So that link opens up in a new tab. And we're going to do the same thing for this small James anchor tag, or whatever your hub is going to be. It could potentially just be this portfolio website. That's going to have an H reference. In this case, I already have the link, which is going to be https://www.smalljames.com, and that is also going to have a target of underscore blank. And just like that, we have added the footer content for our website. We've got our links. Well, we don't technically have the GitHub link just yet, but we will get there very shortly. Now, the last thing I'm going to add before we jump into the main content in here is a little script down beneath the footer tag, but still inside the body of the document. Now, this script is going to contain some JavaScript, and that should be a bit of fun. We're going to add a little bit of flair to our portfolio website. If you recall, here we have this play game. You can pick any color. I could make it, bright pink, and that is going to change the background of our website, and then we can reset it. This little game uses document object manipulation inside of JavaScript to modify the live CSS of the website, and that is all done using this script tag. So towards the end, once we've built out the main, we will come and fiddle with this script, wire everything up so that it is live and working, and we have a functional little game that's fun for anyone to play. Anyway, with that done, we have now completed the footer section. We've got the script ready to go. We've completed the header. Now let's dive into the main content of our web portfolio. So now that you troublesome troglodytes have finished the header, the footer, and added the script, let's dive into the main content. And this is where all the magic is really going to happen. So what we're going to do, the order of business is going to be to fill out all the sections with the content, then we'll make it interactive with the JavaScript, and then we'll style everything to our heart's content. Now we're going to start off this main section with a little bit about us. So this is going to be the hero section, which is the the welcome page of the website, and it's also going to be the about section, just to say a bit about us. So up the top, what we're going to do is create a new opening and closing tag, and that's going to be the section tag. And we're going to section our web page into the hero section, the about us, then we're going to have some of our skills, and then a final section is going to be for our projects. And the sections are once again just good to add the semantic meaning to our website. So within the opening and closing section tags, we're going to start off with a division, an opening and closing div tag, and this is going to have a class attribute equal to intro-header. Now inside of the intro header opening and closing tags, we are going to have an h1. This is the greatest typography tag, and it is going to say Kia ora, which if you're not familiar is hello in Māori, which is the language of the indigenous people to New Zealand. And I'm going to have an exclamation at the end of that. So that's hello, and then I'm just going to say I'm James ... Now underneath that we're going to have a paragraph, and this is just going to have my title, which is going to be software developer. You could do whatever title it is that you're looking to apply for. I think software developer is pretty good. And the reason we put them both inside of a div is so that they can sit nice and tight together. So I can go ahead and save that, and we can now see that content coming up on our page. The H1 has been automatically styled thanks to Fantasy CSS, so that's some nice big text. And then we have our title sitting nice and neat underneath. Now the other thing we're going to do is after that div, we're now going to have an H5. And the way that Fantasy CSS works is that all of the header typography elements are one font, and all of the paragraph typographies are another font. So when we want to take advantage of the bolder, bigger font, we're just going to use the headers. Now this H5 is going to have a class of intro-description, a class attribute, and in here we're just going to have a description about you. So my one says a civil engineer by qualification, comma, and a software developer by trade. It's pretty much how it's worked for me. Then I'm going to have a period and say based in New Zealand. We've got some geographical locating information. Then we're going to say I love to walk, play video games, and build out all sorts of fun and useful internet applications. Exclamation mark. So that is my little intro, or bio, I guess you could say. And now we have that in that header font. So this is the paragraph font, and this is the header font, so it's just a little bit bolder. Now that's just going to stretch across the entire screen. We'll come back and style it later. Once again, you just want 1 or 2 lines, something pretty simple that, you know, is a bit about your personality, a bit about what you do, and maybe a bit about your background. Now underneath that H5, what we're going to do is have some links. If you recall, we obviously have the nav icons up above with the LinkedIn and the GitHub. We're really going to hammer this point home with some more text links to pretty much the same websites. So this is going to be a div with a class that is called links-container. That is an opening and closing tag, and in here we're going to have our links. So the first one is going to be for email contact. So what I'm going to do is have an anchor tag that is going to have a target equals underscore blank and also an href. Now I'm going to create the corresponding closing tag, and then this is going to say email me. Pretty straightforward. If I save that, we can see that pops up right there. Now what I'm going to do for this particular one is actually throw an icon at the start. Now the icon is going to be the right arrow. So we're going to come over to Font Awesome Icons. We're going to click on the icons button, and we're just going to type the keyword right. Search that, and that is going to give us a bunch of arrows. We are just looking for the regular right hand arrow, which is right here. So once we find this arrow, we can then copy it just like that. Click on the particular element that's going to copy it, and we can now come back to our code, and we can paste it inside of the anchor tag with a space after it. Now if we go ahead and save that, we can see that has come up right there. So that is our email me anchor tag, and in between the FA solid and the FA right arrow, I'm going to add in a third class that is link-arrow. So if we go ahead and save that, we will see that that just modified our arrow ever so slightly. So that is our first link. Underneath that email link, we're also going to include some more for our GitHub and LinkedIn. So what I'm actually going to do is copy these 2 anchor tags from the navigation tags in our header and paste them down here, except I'm going to delete the icons within them. So I'm going to delete that one up there, and then I'm going to delete this icon down here. And instead, we're just going to have the text. So this second one is going to say LinkedIn, and this first one inside the anchor tag is going to say GitHub. So if I go ahead and save that, we now have an email me, a GitHub link, and a LinkedIn link. So if they didn't like these ones, we're going to give them to them a second time. And if we come back over to the demo, we can see that's just how it looks right there. Now at the minute, this arrow points up, ours doesn't, and we will fix that shortly. And I'm actually just going to make one small modification. I'm going to copy this icon and actually move it out and above the anchor tag right here, so that it's actually the first child of the links container div. So now if we save that, that's just going to sit outside of this email me anchor tag and be inactive. As for the rotation, we will come back and style that in later. Now the way that anchor tags work for emails is the href has the keyword mail to, just like that, not email, just mail to, and then the semicolon, and then your email address. So it would be jamesmca@live.com. That would be mine. And now if we click that, that will prompt a user to email this email address. And I don't believe we actually need the target underscore blank attribute for this one, because it's not like we're opening it up in a new tab. So that's just going to be those links down there. If we come back to the demo, underneath that we have our cool little game, so we can start coding that out. That is going to be within this same section. So underneath this link section, this link div, we're going to have a div here, and this one's going to have an ID attribute. And the ID is going to be play game. And if you recall, ID attributes have to be unique within their document. So I'm going to close that, create the corresponding closing tag, and within that div, I'm going to have a button, and it's going to have an on-click attribute that we're going to create shortly. we're going to assign a function that we develop inside these script tags below and assign it to this button once that is done. But for now, it's just going to have some text inside that says play game and a triple question mark. And so that, if we come back to our site, is our nice pre-styled button. The shadows are pretty cool, where if you hover over it, it looks like you're actually pushing it down, which I think is kind of fun. So that is that button done. And then the last thing we need for this section is the second half of this game. So obviously you can't see it until the user starts the game, but we need a div in here that has a class of color-div. Now this is going to have some text and also that little color input that allows a user to select the new background color for the website. So I'm going to create the corresponding closing div, open that up, and in here we're going to have an h4 text tag, and that's going to prompt the user to pick a color. And then underneath that we're going to have a paragraph, and that's for when we tell the user that they've ruined the website. So we're just going to say great ... now it's ruined! Exclamation mark. That's the text that's going to show up once they have changed the color and it suddenly looks shocking. And then underneath that paragraph tag, we're going to have an input, and the input has a type attribute, and we can specify in here that it's a color input. And that is going to default to that little color selection box that a user can then, pick by hex code or RGB or even just drag and drop. So that's pretty cool. Now this input is also going to have an ID attribute of color-picker. So that's going to be pretty important so that we can select it within the JavaScript later. And it's going to have an onChange attribute, which for now is just going to be set equal to an empty string, once again, until we have developed the JavaScript function for it. Last but not least, we're going to give it a default value attribute, and that is going to be a hex code value of hash 0084FF. And with all of those attributes added, we can make this a self-closing input, and that is now done. And then the last element inside of this color div is going to be the reset button. So we're going to create a button element, and that is going to have an onClick attribute inside of the opening tag. We will once again assign the function once it is completed, and the text in here is just going to say reset. So we're just throwing all the content on the page, and later we can come back and adjust what shows up where when we actually write the JavaScript for it. What I will actually do for the moment though is just select the divs that by default do not display. So the first one is going to be this paragraph text right here. Now, writing inline styles is blasphemy, but we're going to do it anyway in a few of these instances, specifically where the default style for the element is for it to be hidden. So if we come to the opening paragraph tag right here for the text that says great, now it's ruined, this shouldn't show up until near the very end of the game. So we're just going to give it a style attribute, and in here we're going to select the display property and give it a value of none. So we're going to have display :none semicolon to end the style. And if I save that, that's going to hide that text. Now the other value we don't want until the very end is the reset button. So we're going to do that same style to the reset button. I can copy it directly from the paragraph and paste it in to the attribute section of the opening button tag. Save that right there. That's going to hide that button. And now technically also, this section starts off hidden, so the header text, in addition to the color input, they don't display until we push this button right here. We ask to play the game. So we're going to start this whole div off with a style equals display none by pasting that style attribute into this opening div. And now if I save that, we can just start off with the play game, and then we can wire this up in JavaScript to, modify the document, show the different stages, and then finish the game. And all that will happen when we write the JavaScript. Now with that done, we have completed our first section, which is this hero section. It's the welcome to the web page. Now we have the next section, which is going to be our skills. So what I'm going to do underneath that first section is come down, still within the main tags, and I'm going to create a new opening and closing section tag. Now in here, we're going to give this section a header that's going to be an h2 tag that says skills. So if we go ahead and save that, we can see skills shows up right there, nice and big and bold, attracts the user's attention so they can immediately, isolate or find the section if that's what they're looking for. Now there's 101 million ways that you can display skills. I like using a table because I feel like a table is a really underrated HTML element. I think it actually, looks really good. It demonstrates that you know some of the more niche HTML elements, so that's what we're going to use to show or portray all of our different skills. Now the way that we create a table inside of HTML is by creating the opening and closing table tags. Now within them, we have two primary children elements. One is the table head or T head element, and then after that we have the T body element, and that is an opening and closing tag. Now the T head contains the header or the titles for the different columns, and the T body is all of the values. So we'll start off with the T head. In here we're going to create a table row, so that's a TR tag, opening and closing. And in here we have a table element, which is the TD element. So the first column is going to be headed up with the title of area, because it's like the subject area. And then the second one is going to be a secondary TD, and that's going to say technologies. And that's going to be all of the, subtopics relevant to that area. For example, an area might be the JavaScript programming language, and the technologies might be ReactJS. And if we save that, we will now have a table that has this little header element and no children elements yet, but that's what we'll add with the body of the table. So inside of the body, the first thing I'm going to do is create all the table rows. So we're going to have some more TR elements. Specifically, I think we're going to have 4 rows. So what I'm going to do is create the opening and closing TR elements and just copy them down 4 times. Now each TR element is going to have 2 TD elements, which means 2 columns within the row. So we're going to create that TD element, the opening and closing tags, and I'm actually going to copy and paste that twice. And because we're going to have to make the same modification to all of the latter 3 rows, I'm actually going to delete them, copy this first template, and paste it 3 more times. So now we still have these 4 table rows, and each table row has 2 vertical elements, or 2 columns. And that needs to match up with the formatting for the header of the table. So that is all done. Now the first one is going to be JavaScript. That's going to be the area. The second area is going to be Python. And this is relevant to me. You could obviously make it more custom to you. If you've gone through my roadmap, then we should be pretty much on the same page. The third one is going to be web-specific technologies, and the last one is going to be for design. Now what I'm going to do is actually just copy this content across to save us writing it all out and then go over it. So for me, these are the JavaScript technologies I know. So here we have React. I'm using the pole character. Someone I think commented in a previous course that this is the vertical, I always call it the vertical bar, but someone said it's called the pole character. But regardless, my JavaScript technologies are ReactJS, React Native, NextJS, Node, and ExpressJS, FeltKit, and Quick. Now there's obviously more. I'm just picking the main ones so that the table doesn't become, too crazy, because if you have too much, suddenly it diminishes the value of everything that you do actually list. For Python, I'm going to list data analysis, Django, which is a web framework, and data visualization. For the web, there is a whole lot of stuff. Just going to copy and paste this in. If you want to use the content that I'm using, once again, you can find it all in the GitHub repo, which is linked in the description down below. And yeah, for the web, Tailwind CSS, Fanta CSS, Firebase, Postgres, CI/CD, Git, Docker, Kubernetes, AWS. Once again, the list can go on, but sometimes short and sweet is best. And then finally, for design, we have Canvas, Pixlr, and Microsoft Paint. These two I came across as I was working on developing the thumbnails for my YouTube channel, and Microsoft Paint because it's just random and hilarious. And if I save that, we now have our table looking slick as, and I realized that I actually made a mistake. These TDs should actually be THs. So the table heading shouldn't be a TD, it should be a TH. And that's why currently this is the wrong color. But if I make these adjustments, change these TDs within the T head to the TH element, we now get the appropriate header for the table. And then here we can see the areas, and then we can see the respective technologies. Now, once again, there is no spacing in this portfolio website at the minute, but we will add that all later. And with the appropriate spacing, suddenly a prospective employer can come to our website and be like, oh, these are the exact technologies we're looking to hire for, so this person is the perfect candidate. Definitely a valuable section of a portfolio website to have. You could add all the icons and logos. That would be another option. Maybe you could add that as an additional challenge if you want. You could find as many logos and have them displaying underneath to create a bit more of a visual aid, but I like the keywords. As long as you don't have too many, I think it's easy to identify what this person can do. So that is section number 2 complete, and now we are on the last section, which is going to be for all of our projects, still within the main opening and closing tags. So here I'm going to go ahead and create that section. And just like the other section, that's going to start off with an H2 typography tag that says latest projects. Now, you can really go crazy with the projects. I'm going to list 3. You can have as many as you want. We're going to create a template inside of HTML for each project and then just duplicate that for every new project that we have. So the first thing we're going to have inside of this section underneath this H2 is a div with a class of cards grid. And I like to think of every project that we're going to display as a card element, so that's why it's a grid of cards. And we're going to open up that div, and then we're going to create another div, and this one is going to have a class of project card. So this is going to be the individual project card, and we can once again create that div, open it up, and in here we're going to have 2 major elements. One is going to be the information element, and the second part is going to be the image. So for the information, we're going to contain that all within its own division. So we're going to create another div, open it up, and in here we can start off with the first information element, which is going to be the date. Now, you don't have to necessarily have this information. I just think it makes it a bit more interesting. People can get a timeline of your projects, or they can see exactly when this was published and developed. And I'm just going to start off by making them randomly because, I can't remember these dates for the demo projects. This is my birthday, July 15th, so that's going to be the first one, and that's going to be a plain old paragraph tag because it's not major text. Underneath that, we're going to have an H4, and this is going to be the title of the project. So in this case, I'm just going to say Small James because this is my Small James website. Once again, when we have completed the projects in this course, we will come back and revise this so it is updated to include these projects. For the minute, I'm just going to use placeholder values. So here we have Small James as the header. Underneath that, we're going to have a row of little labels that kind of talk about the technology used in each project. And that is really important because, once again, we're trying to show an employer that we are credible and that we can, work with the technology that they need us to work with. And so having these little technology labels allows them to immediately see that, oh, wow, this project was built using the same technology we use. That's wicked. So I'm going to create a div in here, and that's going to have a class of tech-list. Now this tech list is going to have a bunch of individual little card elements or labels. So that is going to be a div with a class of card dash button dash secondary. Now this is a fantasy CSS style. It's technically used for buttons within the card element specific to fantasy CSS, but it works in this case too. It looks nice and pretty. So we're going to create that div within the div for the tech list. And in here, this is going to contain a paragraph that is just going to have the technology. So my small James website is built with NextJS, so that's going to be the tech within that paragraph. And if I save that, we've got a nice little arrow created out of all these divisions. And if we come back to the website, we can see right now that we have this background element applied to this text right here, and that is the label. Now once again, it looks super shoddy, but we will address that very shortly. Let's just finish the HTML first. So we are going to, for each of them, let's just say have an average of 3 technologies. I might as well just fill them out. Actually, no, they can be placeholders because we'll come back and fix them later. So underneath this tech list div, we're going to have a paragraph. You want to really be sure that you pick the right insertion point between the divs so that you don't get your styling confused. This is the div right here for the tech list, and we're going to sneak this paragraph in right underneath. Now I've pre-prepared the text for this element, and this is just going to be used as a placeholder until we finish our projects. So that's just going to say Small James is a hub for all things learning to code and landing a job as a software developer. That's what my site is for. So here we can see we have the 3 labels and then the text. And now the last 2 things we're going to have to add. One is still going to be within this information div, and that is going to be the links to the GitHub code for the project, in addition to the link to the live project if it is available. And then underneath that we will have the image. So just beneath the paragraph, what I'm going to do is create another div, and this is going to have a class of projects-links, or project links. So singular project, plural links. Open that div up, and in here we're just going to have some anchor tags. The opening anchor tag is going to have the target_blank attribute, and we're also going to have an href, and that is going to be the link. For now, I'm just going to have the /, which is going to be a placeholder for when we actually have the links to the live deployed project or the GitHub code. The text inside the anchor tag for the first one is going to say link, and I'm going to copy that and duplicate it, and the second one is going to say GitHub. And I lied, this first one is live, not link. And now that we have these 2 links for our card, we have finished the info section of each project card, and we can now add the last element, which is going to be outside of this info div, still within the project card. So down the very bottom, just underneath this last div, and this is going to be a div that has a class of the image-div. Now this div is going to contain the image. So in here I'm going to give this a class of big-image, where image is spelled IMG. It's also going to have a source element, which is the src. That's going to be the link to the image, and an alt tag. Now the alt tag is going to vary for all of them. I'm just going to call this the Small James thumbnail, and that is going to be a self-closing element. And for the source, we are going to look within the public directory. So this is going to break for the minute, and we will come back and revise this for the deployed code. But we're just going to go /1_web_portfolio/public and look for that fantasy CSS PNG. And now we can see that that image does in fact show up. You just want to make sure that you do in fact get the source link for the image correct. We will need to revise this when we do deploy the code, but that's going to be absolutely no concern. For now, we just want the image showing up. And with that done, we have completed our project card. Now, because we've created this project card template, I'm going to duplicate this code twice more. So I'm going to copy the entire element, from the project card. So it's one up from the section. So it's not this bottom div, it's just to here. So we should have a closing div and a section remaining. This is our entire project card. I'm going to copy that, enter down a few lines, paste it, and then enter down a few more lines and paste another one. And if I save that, we now have 3 projects in our project section. All of them have a date, a title, some labels, some text, some links to the live version of the GitHub, and an image, and then it repeats a couple more times. So that finishes the content for our website. And with that all done, we can now go and start styling it, and then at the very end we will come back and write the JavaScript. So for the styles, obviously we have the fantasy CSS styles, and that's why this document actually has some styling in the first place. We don't need to touch that. If you want to, you are welcome to. You can go and fiddle with all the values. You could, have some fun with the colors. For us in this course, we're going to focus on the styles.css. And the way that I like to style my document is pretty much top down. That way that in the styles for a particular section kind of match their placement in the actual website. So now that we have finished all the content for our website, we're complete with the HTML section. We still have the JavaScript to add, but we're done with the HTML. We can now go and style it and make it look like our beautiful portfolio website. Now all of these styles are going to go inside of the styles.css sheet, which we have linked up to our index.html via this link tag inside of the head tags of our HTML document. Now, as I said before, we're going to start from the top and style our way down, which means that the location of the styles in the styles.css sheet approximately match the locations of the elements as they appear on the web page. So to begin at the very top of our HTML document, we first have to select the body tags. So to select a tag, we simply write the name of the tag and any styles that we provide inside of the opening and closing squiggly braces will be applied to this element. Now the body is pretty straightforward. I like to give it a minimum height parameter, which sets the minimum height of the element to 100% of the view height. So that's the VH unit. Within that, I like to give it a display parameter and set that to the flexible display. If you want to know more about flex display, I have a video linked in the description that covers everything you need to know. And within this flexible display, we're going to set the default direction to column. So flex direction column. Now that's the body. If you recall, the body had 3 direct children. One was the header, comma, the second was the main, and the third was the footer. So we can select all of them using just the name and comma separate them to apply these styles to all of the elements. So we're going to create the squiggly braces, and in here, these elements are going to have a maximum width, and the maximum width is going to be 800 pixels. Now, because our web portfolio is relatively simple, I like to almost have it as if it were like a blog where there's a maximum width set on it, and that's going to be 800 pixels. If we do that, that's going to ensure all that content it can potentially be a smaller width, but as we hit that breakpoint, it will no longer continue to grow. I'm also going to set the width to 100%, which means that the width of the element is going to be 100% of the page until we hit this maximum width criteria. And finally, what I want is when we do hit that max width, I want the content to self-center in the screen. And so we can do that using the margin, which is the space around the elements. So each of them should have a vertical margin of 0 and a horizontal margin of auto. So now, if I were to zoom out on this page and refresh it, we can see that everything reaches a maximum width of 800, and then the horizontal margins are automatically assigned so that they balance, and that centers all the content. So now that we have those 3 styles, we can start off selecting the header specifically. Now the header is going to have a flexible display as well, except this time we're going to stick with the default horizontal alignment. So now we can see that these little icons sit up alongside the link right here. Inside of this flexible display, I want to align the items in the center So when the direction is horizontal, the alignment is where they sit vertically across that row. And then I want to justify the content space between. So that's going to put any direct children spaced out with the space evenly distributed between the elements. So what that means is that we have our first element on the left, and then we have the space between them, and they're justified to either end. So now we push our icons far out to the side. The one other style I forgot to apply to these three right here is a padding. So all of them are going to get a nice padding of 2 rem. So that's just going to push everything in a little bit. Now with the header, the last property we're going to have in here is a gap of 1 rem, which means that should they be pushed together, they will maintain a gap of 1 rem, which should be about that much. Otherwise they will still be spaced to either end. So that's the end of the header. Now we can move on to the nav element, which is these ones just over here. So we're going to select them directly, and then we're going to have these squiggly parentheses. And in here, we're also going to give this a display of flex, align the items center, except this time we don't need to justify them apart. We're just going to provide a gap. So these two ensure that they're in the same row, that they're aligned at the same level, and that they have a gap 1 rem apart. And so now we can see they just spread out a little bit. Underneath the nav, or within the nav, I actually want to sub-select the icon. So this is going to target any icon tags within the nav element. And these are going to have a font size of 1.3 rem. So that's just going to boost them up in size a little bit. I'm obviously zoomed out in this web page, so they're bigger than they actually look. And that completes our styling for the header. Next up, we have the main and we have the section elements. So I'm going to comma separate them and select both those elements and open that up on some new lines. Now these also have a display of flex and a flex direction of column. So that's the flexible column display. Underneath that, I'm going to individually select the main element, and I'm going to give it a gap of 4 rem. Now that's going to be applied to all the children of the flexible display. So the main is the flexible display element. The children are going to be those 3 sections. And so the gap between each section is going to be 4 rem. So here we can see they're snugged together. If I save that, now we can see they have a 4 rem spacing between them. Now that we've done that for the main, we can select the section, and that's going to have a gap of only 1 rem. So much smaller, and now we can see the elements within each section have a nicer spacing. So here we have the header, and then it's got a 1 rem gap to the table below. Next up, what we're going to do is come back to this first section, and if you recall, inside of our index.html, this section right here, specifically this div, had a class of intro header. So that's what we're going to style now. The dot intro dash header is going to, we're actually going to sub-select the paragraph within. So that's going to be this little paragraph element within this intro header. That's going to have a padding top of 0.25 rem. And what that's going to do is just create a tiny bit more space between the title and the intro text. After that, we're going to select the class, which is the intro description. And as these are classes, we're ensuring that we use the period in front of the class name to accurately select that class within CSS. And this one is going to have a max width of 500 pixels. So currently it spreads all the way across the page. I just want it to sit to the left. So if I bring that in, that's just going to cut it off at a maximum width. It will still be mobile responsive, but it just won't stretch all the way across the page. And I just think that creates a bit more continuity in this intro or hero section. Now, one thing to note here, earlier we used the max width for the primary sections, the main, the header, and the footer, and then we gave them a margin to self-center. In this case, we don't have a margin, so that's just going to automatically align it to the left because that is the default. Underneath the intro description, we have the links-container, and that's going to contain these links right here. Currently, they're snug up against one another. We're going to spread them out, so they are going to have a display of flex. We'll align them across the row vertically in the center. So we're going to align the items center, and we're going to give them all a gap of 1 rem, so they're a bit more spread out. And I'm also going to give these elements a padding of 1 rem vertically and 0 horizontally. So that's just going to isolate them a little bit more. So now we have that padding either side, that vertical padding, and we can see they have a gap. And across the row, they are centered vertically, which is good. So they're all in perfect alignment with one another. Now after that, we're going to target the .link-arrow class. If you recall, that's the extra class that we gave to this icon. And what I'm going to do is give it a color, because currently it's the text color. We want it to match the links. So we're going to use a variable inside of CSS with the var keyword and then invoke it with the circular parentheses. And we're going to use a variable value from the fanta.css file. So in there we can have --color-link, and that is the color that is applied to all of these links. So that's going to match. And we can also transform it, specifically target the rotation property. And in here, I'm going to rotate it by -45 degrees. Now, if I save that, we can see it's rotated that little arrow so that it's -45 degrees from the horizontal. And that little arrow suggests that these all open up in new tabs, which they pretty much do. So here we have our different links, and then these kind of match our icons up the top. And just like that, we've nearly finished the styles for this first section. The next styles are applied to the hidden elements, so we actually won't see them change until we wire up our game to work appropriately. So what I'm going to do first is target the color-div. That is responsible for having our little color input, and this is going to have a display of, you guessed it, flex, a flex direction of column, and a gap of half a rem, so 0.5 rem. That will once again show up when we style our little color input to be visible. And now that we have done that, we can pretty much jump straight through the skill section because that's already complete, and we can go straight to the latest projects. So for the projects, up the top, we have the .cards-grid. That's the grid that contains all of the cards. Now that has a display of flex, a flex direction of column, and I'm going to give these a gap of 2 rem. So that's going to spread out all the cards and just make sure that they have a little spacing between them to differentiate one from another. Underneath that, within the cards grid, we have the project.project/card. This has a display of flex, a flex direction of column. You get pretty good at typing out these styles pretty quickly. And these are going to have a gap of 1 rem. What you could actually do eventually is, to save yourself rewriting this out a whole number of times, you could figure out all the different style selectors that do have these flexible displays, target them all and write it out in one. Maybe you want to do that. I'm not going to worry about it. But what this is going to do is for the content inside of a project card, now we can see that the 2 children element, one children element is all of the info and the other child element is the image. They now have a 1 rem spacing between them. And that's going to be important when we go from the mobile to the large screen layout. So with that project card done, we can target the project-links. These are going to be the little links within the info section, which are these ones right here. They have a display of flex. We're going to align the items in the center. They're going to have a gap of 1 rem, and we're also going to give them a padding, but specifically to the top of 0.5 rem. If I go ahead and save that, now we can see that our 2 little links here are just ever so slightly separated from the rest of the info content. And as you will see, first we're doing the mobile device. So this is what it looks like on a mobile. It's super responsive, the table looks great, and this is just about the complete layout for the project cards. We just have a few more elements left to style. The images look great. They're automatically rounded thanks to the fanta.css package. All we have left is this content in here. And then to obviously add the media queries to make it responsive and style the large screen. Anywho, after the project links, then we have the .tech list. And that is the list of technologies that pertain to each project. So these right here, currently they don't look so hot flash, so we're going to make them look a bit better. First up, we're going to give it a display of flex. And the default for that is a row orientation. So now we can see they're all in that row orientation where before they were by default vertically displayed. Now each little label is a div, so we can target the .techList and the divs within them. So this is going to target the 3 little divs within every tech list, and we want to give these a padding of 0.1 rem vertically and 0.5 rem horizontally. That's just going to space them out a little bit, so now we can see each element has a tiny bit of spacing. And the last thing we're going to throw in here is a border dash radius to round the corners, and that is going to be a variable value of dash dash border dash radius dash small, and that is a fantasy CSS style once again. So now we can see that each element just in here has a nice little rounded corner to it. Now to come back to the tech list, we're also going to align the items centrally. So across the row, where do they sit vertically? We want them in the center so that they all sit, in the one horizontal line. We're going to give it a gap of 0.5 rem, and we're also going to give it the flex wrap property of wrap. So in the case where our row overflows the screen, they're just going to wrap down on the next line. And then after that, we're just going to give this element a padding of 0.25 rem vertically, so above and below, and 0 horizontally. And so that's just going to put a little bit of spacing above and below this little row of labels. Now the last thing we need to do before we jump into the media queries, which are for the big screen, is we're just going to target the text list and specifically the paragraph size, and we're going to give it a font size of 0.8 rem, which is going to be slightly smaller than the norm. And so there we can see that's just dropped the font size of those labels. If I bring this up to full size, we can see that it's still more than big enough, and that is our little project. And if we look at that on a mobile device screen, we can see that looks nice and neat. So if someone's looking at a project here, they can see Small James, they can see the picture. Obviously this picture does not align to this project, but it will once we've completed all the last 3 chapters of this course, and we can update our portfolio. We can also see that the cards have some nice spacing between them, so that looks nice and neat. And with that done, we can throw in a media query. Now you can potentially have a bunch of media queries which dictate what styles apply to your document at what screen sizes. The way that I always work is I do mobile first, so these technically all apply to the mobile. And then down the bottom, the first media query I always add, so it's at media, circular braces, and then we provide a minimum width criteria at which these new styles are to be applied. I like to use the 640 pixel breakpoint for my first media query. So when the page reaches this minimum width criteria of 640 pixels, which means that the width of the screen or the width of the web page is greater than 640 pixels, it will overwrite previous styles with any ones applied within these squiggly parentheses. Now the only 2 we're going to be changing in this case, one is the project-card, so .project-card, and this is going to now have a flex direction of row. Currently everything is vertically oriented, whereas we want the children elements of the project card to now have a row orientation. There's only 2 direct children. One is the info section, which is still going to have a vertical orientation, but because the parent is now going to be a row, the image will be placed alongside the info instead of having the image below the info. So if I save that, we can see that on a small device size, we still have the image below, but as soon as we hit that 640 pixels, here we come, we can see that now the image is alongside. However, the image obviously looks ridiculous, so what we're going to do is also select the .project-card class and the .img or image-div within the project card, and we're going to give it a max width property where we only want it to have a maximum width of 30% of the parent element. So it can be smaller than that, but as soon as it hits this 30% of the parent element, it stops growing. And so now we can see the card over the side is only taking up 30% of the parent. So there's 1/3, there's 2/3, and this element gets to take up the remaining space. So now as we cross that break, it goes from being down the bottom, it can take up as much width as it wants. As soon as we hit that breakpoint, the card now has a row orientation. So here's the first element in the row, here's the second element. And as I said earlier, the image can only be 30% of that max width. So that looks pretty tidy, and if we come up onto a bigger screen, it's still super happy. Because this element only ever reaches a maximum of 800 pixels, this will only ever be 30% of that approximate 800 pixels. And with that done, we have now completed the CSS for this course, so let's just rip through the JavaScript to complete it and make our game interactive before we then go and deploy this portfolio project once it is completed at the end of the course. So for the JavaScript, to make our game interactive, we inserted this little script down the bottom of our index.html element. So if we come down here, at the bottom of our body is this script. This is where we're going to add the JavaScript. Now technically you could create an additional JavaScript file and wire it up to be read inside of our HTML, but if we're not having a lot of JavaScript, I like to just include it inside of the main file. For this section, I'm going to go ahead and close our Explorer window because we just need this one document open. And essentially how this part works is we are going to select all the elements inside of the HTML from within the JavaScript and then manipulate them using JavaScript dependent on what the user has done with them. So what I'm going to do at the top here is create a code comment, and I'm just going to say this is where we create the interactivity for our little color switching game. And here I'm going to have the steps for this process. It's pretty straightforward. 1, select all the HTML elements so that we can later manipulate them. 2 is going to be to create the functions. And then the last thing we're going to do, 3, is to assign the functions to the buttons by adding the function call to the actual elements. And this is done above in the HTML code. So those are our 3 steps. So for step number 1, let's start selecting some elements. So the first one we're going to need is the body, because we're going to change the color of our entire background. So I'm going to create a variable called const body. We're going to declare that it's a constant variable called body, and that's going to be equal to, and we're going to select the document, which is the HTML document, and we are going to use the query selector. So .query selector. Now this is a method, we invoke it with the circular parentheses, and whatever queries we provide in here, it's pretty much like the CSS selectors. It's going to find the element that matches those CSS selectors and then assign that element to the body. So in here, the CSS selector is going to be a string, and that's just going to be the body because that's how we would select it inside the CSS. The second one is going to be const color input with a capital I for camel case. And that's going to be equal to document.getElementById. That's a method, we invoke it with the circular parentheses. And now this is a different method because this one selects elements that have an ID. And if you remember, the color input, if I come up, this one right here does in fact have an ID of color picker, which is a unique ID. And so I can select that directly, pass it into the string, and that is going to assign that to that variable. For number 3, we need the color div, which is the div that contains all of the game that is currently hidden. So that's going to be a variable called color div, and that's equal to document.get, well actually this one's going to be a query selector, and we're going to select it by its class, so that's going to be the period. It's the same as the CSS selector, and that's going to be color-div. Then we're going to have the hidden text, which says, great, now you've ruined it. So that's going to be const hidden text is equal to document.query selector, and that is the paragraph within the color div. So first we're going to have a string, select the .color-div, and then we're going to have a space and a sub-selector for the paragraph within the color div. Underneath that, 2 more to go, we need the reset button. So we're going to have a const variable called reset button. That's going to be equal to document.query query selector in here. That's just going to be dot color div, and then the button within that color div. There's only one reset button within that div. And then lastly, we're going to have the play button, because we need to obviously assign a function to it to kick it all off. So we're going to say const play button is equal to document dot get element by ID, and this one has an ID of play dash game. So these are all of the elements. We have now selected them, and once all the content is loaded, the script is going to be executed. And now we're going to be able to fiddle with these elements because we have a variable to refer to them by. Second, we're going to have some functions. Now in here, we're going to have three functions. First is going to be a function called play game. We're going to create that function, and in here, we're just going to add a code comment that says this function enables the play of the game by showing the color selector input. So this one's pretty straightforward. We need the color div, which is currently hidden, and we're going to target its style and specifically the display property, and we're now going to set it equal to block instead of its current value of none. So none means that it's hidden. We're going to change it so that it's block, which is the default style, and it will magically appear on the page when we invoke this function. At the same time, we're going to hide the play button. So we're going to say play button dot style dot display, and that's going to be equal to none. So the game is going to become visible, and it's going to swap out the button, which is going to hide away. And that officially completes our first function. The second function is going to be called change color, and that is going to have the squiggly parentheses, and inside here we're going to take the user's selected color on the input and assign it to be the background color of the website. So what we're going to do in here is we're going to say const selected color. That's going to be a variable, and we're going to assign the color that is inside the input to this variable so that we can use it later. So we're going to select the color input, which we have selected above, and we're going to take the dot value parameter, which holds the selected color, the value of the color input that the user has selected. So that's going to be our selected color. And now that we have that selected color, we can change the body element so that its background color reflects the new selected color. So we can say body dot style dot background is equal to the selected color. At this point, what we also need to do is make it so that now they can reset the game. So we have to show the reset button, which is currently hidden. So we can target the reset button, and we can say reset button dot style dot display is equal to block. We also need to show the hidden text, so that's going to be hidden text dot style dot display is equal to block. And the last one is to remove the color input because they have made their selection. So we're going to say color input dot style dot display is equal to none. So as you can kind of feel, we're just walking through the snapshots as the user plays the game. So first we play the game, then they select a color, and so we handle the change of the color. We change the background color. We then show the reset button. We show the text showing that they've ruined the page, and we hide the input because they've just used that. And then the last step is to reset it. So we're going to have a function called reset color. And this one is just going to reset all the values back to default. So the first one is going to be the body.style.background. That's defaulted to white. If you have enabled the dark mode styles for Fantasy Assist, then you might have to be a little bit smarter with the background color that you make the reset. But for us, that's going to be absolutely fine. We also need to now hide the hidden text because they've set everything back to normal. So that's going to be hidden text.style.display is equal to none. We also hide the reset button. So that's going to be reset button.style.display is equal to none. We also hide the color div. So the color div.style.display is equal to none. And lastly, because just up here, when we had the color input, we hid it when by default it is shown, even though the parent container is hidden. We're just going to reset that back to default. So we're going to take the color input .style.display, and that's going to be equal to the default of block. And I might actually move that one up the top so that our reset styles are up there and then our hideaway styles are down the bottom. So now that we have our three functions, we can assign them to the appropriate buttons. So the first one is going to be play game. We can simply take that, and where earlier we created that blank button right here, the on click, we can assign that function and we just invoke it. So that is going to on click call that function. The second one is going to be to change color. Now this is an on change property which we created up here. That's the attribute for the input. It's going to say on change the color, and our code will then go and get the color of the input and assign that to be the background color. By default it has that color, so that's going to change the color. And then the last one, this on click right here, is going to be to reset the color. So I'm just going to remember that function name, reset the color, invoke it, and that's going to happen. So now if I save that, refresh the page, we should now be able to play this little game. So if I click play game, we're going to run that first function, which is going to hide the button and show the color div. So here's the color div. We can then select the color, or you could, meddle with everything. Let's go for yellow. Now when I click off this, that's going to invoke the on change, which is going to show the text. It's going to show the reset button. It's going to change the background color, and it's going to hide this input. So now we can see we've shown the text, we've hidden the input, and now we show the reset button. And then the last step, if I click the reset, that should reset everything back to the beginning. So the color should go back to white. We should show the play game button, and we should reset the state of our little game, including hiding these elements. And it almost worked. We have lost our play game button. So what have we done wrong? I must have missed a step. And you can see just here that we did not re-enable the play button. So the last thing we're going to have to do is target the play button.style.display, and that's going to be equal to the default value of block. So if we do this once more, play the game, pick a color, choose a color, great, now it's ruined, and reset, we are back to the beginning. And that, my friends, wraps up the JavaScript, the HTML, the CSS we need for our simple, sleek, absolutely beautiful, knock your socks off web portfolio, from within which we are going to link some amazing projects in the latter 3 chapters of this course, which we now have permission to jump into. We're not going to worry about deploying this project until the very end because we have some revisions to make to it. Obviously, we'll have to come back and change this text once we have completed all of our projects, but we will get to that after the next 3 chapters of Wicked projects. So with that all said, how about we dive into project number 1, which is going to be a gym application in ReactJS. Hello again. Congratulations, you have officially completed chapter 1 of this full stack course, and you should now have a web portfolio looking super slick and sleek, ready to be filled out with the amazing full stack projects that we are yet to build in this full stack course. Now, before we dive into chapter number 2, which is going to be our first project, the brogram, it's a workout planner, it looks so legit. I just wanted to remind you that if you get stuck at any point, the link to my code, the GitHub repo, is available in the course description. And if you get stuck or have any questions, qualms, or queries, you can always leave an issue on the GitHub, and either I myself or someone else will help you resolve any uncertainties you may be having. And the other thing I just wanted to mention is that, share your progress with me. I'd absolutely love to see it. I'm most active on LinkedIn. If you want to share your projects, if you've made any modifications, or if you're just proud of completing them and want to show them off, create a post, tag either my personal LinkedIn page or the Small James Education page. Love to see it, commend you on your hard work. And obviously the other benefit to doing that is that it will get your projects, your posts, your hard work, just that extra bit of social reach and visibility. Anyway, I just wanted to quickly check in and say well done on all your hard work. It's time for us to now dive into chapter 2, the brogram. Alrighty, so now we have finished chapter 1, which is the web portfolio. We can dive into chapter 2, which is our first of the 3 projects. And this project is going to be a ReactJS project, which is super cool because ReactJS is currently the most widely used JavaScript front-end framework on the market. So we're going to demonstrate our skills inside of ReactJS by building out a gym planning workout tracker. Now, I've already developed one of these before on the channel. It was kind of different. It was more of a build your own workout, whereas this one is a predefined plan that people can progress through. I've got a pretty cool working demo of it just here. So we've got the brogram, we've got some instructions, and then we come down, and this is the real interactive part where people can start a workout. They can track all their reps and sets. They can save their workout, complete a workout, and consequently move through the other 30 workouts in the plan before potentially, starting it again or making their own modifications to it. So it's a super cool ReactJS project, and it's going to be the very first one that we include in our web portfolio. So first we're going to need to initialize our ReactJS project. We already have Visual Studio Code open. We can close all of the files from chapter 1, the web portfolio. So here we can see I have a blank window, and I can also close the directory within our full stack course so that we just don't have any of those files showing in our Explorer. Now, to initialize a ReactJS project, we're going to use Vite as our build tool. Vite is going to create all of the files we need to set up a ReactJS project. This documentation is linked in the description down below. It's super easy to work through. Pretty much you can see just here everything that Vite supports, and creating a Vite project is as simple as running this command. So that's what we're about to do. So if we come back over to our Visual Studio Code window, the first thing we're going to have to do is open up a terminal within VS Code. So here we can see they actually tell us the command to do that. There's a number of ways you can do it. You can also do it from the folder options. I'm just going to run this command, which for me is Control and the backtick key. And that is going to toggle open our terminal just here, and we are inside of the full stack course folder directory, which is perfect. So as I said earlier, we are going to need to run the npm init command, which requires us to have Node installed on our device, which was one of the prerequisites for this course that I talked about earlier. And then we are simply going to run this command and then select React. So let's go ahead and do that. It's npm create vite at latest. So here I'm going to write npm create vite at latest, and I'm just going to hit enter on that command. Now in here we're going to need to name our project. So this is going to be 2_brogram because that's the name of the application. So let's hit enter on that. Now we select our framework. Interestingly, they will also let you build a vanilla web development project, which is pretty much what we developed in our first chapter. So you could also use Vite to build your HTML and CSS projects. In this case, we're going to select the React option. We're going to go for JavaScript. We're not going to have any funky variants. And just like that, we have our project downloaded to our device. Now just here, they tell us the next steps we need to run. So first we need to change directory into that project folder. Then we need to run the npm install command, which is going to install all of the package dependencies that we need for our ReactJS project from the npm Node Package Manager ecosystem. And then we can boot up our application and develop it to our heart's content. So let's go ahead and run these commands. First, we're going to change directory into the folder 2_brogram. So I'm going to run that command inside of the terminal. And once again, regarding the key commands inside of VS Code to open up your terminal, they can all be found inside of the VS Code shortcuts website that I maintain, which is also linked in the description down below. So now we can see we've changed directory into that ReactJS project folder. We can run the npm install command. That's going to install a whole lot of ReactJS packages for us. And with that done, we are ready to boot up our application. Now, before we do start up our project or run it in the browser for development, I like to start off just by covering everything that has been installed inside of our 2_brogram folder right here. We can see that there's a lot of new content, so let's just squiz over it real quick. First up, let's do the unimportant files. Here we have a Vite config. We don't need to touch that. That just configures some stuff for the Vite installation of React. We also have this eslint.config.javascript. We will not be touching that. Once again, a whole lot of configuration information. We have the .getignore. This is an important file. If you are looking to keep some information or secret keys or environment variables local on your device and not have them interacting with Git, not have them inside of your Git repos or potentially on your GitHub page, you obviously list them all in here. A good example is node modules. When someone else might download our project, they can install the node modules, which means that we don't have to commit our node modules to this to_brogram project. We can ignore it. Anyone else can install them. So this is a super helpful file that we will be using in later projects. To jump to the node modules, this is where all of the npm installations go. We will not be touching anything in here. And underneath that, we have this public folder. That's for serving up any assets, font families, images that we might need associated with our project. In this case, we have our Vite SVG. We also have the source directory. This is where all the magic is going to happen. All of our React componentry, all of our files that we'll be developing by majority will be inside of the source directory. And then we have a couple of others down here. We have the README, which essentially is a written summary of our project. If you would like, in the description down below is linked a README example that you can adapt for your projects. So pretty much copy and paste it in, make sure it's specific to that project. And that's a really nice write-up that you can present on the GitHub repos, for example. So the README is just a summary or any extra information you want people to know about the project. We have the package.json. This is the specs file for our React project. Super important. Here we have the name. We've got some scripts which we will potentially be meddling with. We've got the dependencies needed from the npm ecosystem that we need for our project. So here we can see we have React and React DOM. And then we have some developer dependencies which are just used throughout the development process. So that's a very important file. We have the package-lock.json. Not going to be touching that. And finally, we have the index.html. So the way that Vite builds our React project is it takes all of our source code and then it injects it inside of this div with the ID of root just here. And it does so via this main.jsx. So what this does is it takes our app, which is all of our React stuff. So this is the parent component for our React project. We're going to be writing all of our React code ultimately within this file, within this React component. And then via this main.jsx, we select that div with the ID of root, and we just throw all of our React code inside it. And then that's our new HTML document, which is pretty much this one. So this gets a whole lot of content added to it via this script, which is the one I was just talking about. Anywho, I know that was a lot of information. That was just a really quick overview of all the files and folders that have been added to our ReactJS project. As we go throughout this chapter, we'll obviously touch on the ones that are important some more, and we'll just totally forget about the ones that we're not going to worry about, such as this Vite file, the eslint, the getignore, the package-lock, and so on and so forth. So let's go ahead and close that. Now, as I said before, most of the code we're going to be writing is going to be within this app.jsx, and any subsequent components that we create and render within this file. Now just here, if I expand this over, we can see that we already have a whole lot of default code. So what I'm going to do is just gut everything that we have. So I'm going to backspace on it, remove all of these lines until we have our parent, our primary app component. Now, if you've gone through my roadmap, you will know what components are. They're just functions, which here we have a function. It's the app function, and they return JSX, which is just HTML code that we can write JavaScript within using the curly braces. So that's what we're going to be doing a lot of in this course. And our app, for the minute, can be gutted to the point where it is just these few lines of code. Now we also have an app.css right here. We're going to go ahead and delete that. And finally, in addition to the main.jsx that I talked about earlier, we also have this index.css with a whole lot of pre-configured styles. we're just going to empty that file out as well because we do not need it. That was just some code that Vite includes when you create your first React project. They actually give you a working React project. So we just want blank code, so we're going to remove it all. So with all of that done, we have our source directory. We've gutted it so that it's bare bones, the perfect starting point for us to build this awesome project. And then all of the code within the app, within our componentry, via this main.jsx gets injected into the index.html, which is our website, which is then displayed on the screen. Cool. So the first thing we're going to do to kick this project off is set up some of our folders inside of the source directory that we will need to complete this project. Now there's a couple, and to create them, I'm going to right click on the source directory and select new folder to create a folder within our source directory. Now the first one is going to be called components, lowercase, and it's going to have all of our React functional components that we can render within this app to then be thrown into this index.html. And the second folder we're going to need, so I'm going to right click on source, select new folder. This one is going to be called utils. Now utils is going to contain any utility information that we need for this project. And if you think about it, we're building out a workout plan. Now, unless you've gone and written out, 30 days worth of workouts, a whole lot of exercise descriptions, then you might want to use some of the information I have already prepared for this course, which is all of that information. Now, to get access to all of the workouts that we're going to need to build this project, you can head over to the GitHub repo for this full stack course. Check out the _brogram directory within there, and consequently within the source and utility folder, you will find this file that I'm about to import, and you can import it into your own project. I'm just going to drag it across straight into this directory. So here we have it. I have imported the file. It's called index.js. Once again, you can find it inside the GitHub repo full stack course within the _brogram folder within the source directory utils index.js. And here we have all of the workouts in addition to a whole lot of exercise descriptions that I spent quite a long time preparing for this course. And because I'm a legend preparing all of this amazing content while you're in the GitHub repo, if you could be sure to star the full stack course on GitHub, absolutely love that support. So now that we have all of our workouts imported as data to our project inside of our utility folder, we have a blank app. The next thing we're going to do is start writing out some of the components, which is going to allow us to compartmentalize our ReactJS project. Now, when I create a new ReactJS project, I like to start off by creating all of the components I think I'll need, because as I said a second ago, it helps me to break down the structure of the project. What components am I going to need? In this case, I'm going to need a hero component of some sort to introduce the application. I'm going to need a workout planner. I'm going to need an editable workout plan for a particular day. I'm going to need some buttons to save all the elements. And so by creating each of these components, I can start to visualize what my application is going to look like. So what we're going to do in here is create our first components. So the first one, I'm going to right click on the components folder and select new file, and it's going to be called grid.jsx. Now .jsx is the file extension for a ReactJS file. And in here, we're going to export a default component called grid. It's going to be a function, so I'm pretty much writing out a function, and that's actually meant to be export default function grid. And we're just going to return, have the circular parentheses, and return the ReactJS fragments, which I like to think of as empty divs. So that's our first functional component complete. It's a function in JavaScript that just returns some JSX. Component number 2 we're going to need to create is the layout.jsx. Now keep in mind that all of these components are in fact capitalized when we both name the function and we name the file. And I accidentally created a folder. Let's go new file, layout.jsx, export default function layout, from within which we can return some React.js fragments. I'm just leaving them as empty components for the minute as we configure our project. Now we actually don't need that many more. We're going to create a third one, and this is 3 of 4. This is going to be called the modal.jsx. Now this one is a little bit special because modals work as an overlay on our screen. So we might have our primary application, and you can think of it as a pop-up. Now inside of our workout program, when we tell a user what exercises to be completing, we're going to allow them to basically view an exercise description if they're not sure what that exercise is meant to look like. And that is going to pop up as an overlay, which is going to exist within our modal. Now this one's going to be slightly different, but I'm just going to set it up exactly the same for the minute. So we're going to export a default function called the modal, and we're just going to return some fragments. Now one thing I just want to touch on is these 2 keywords here. Obviously we can create a function inside of JavaScript. The export keyword just allows us to import it into other files and folder directories, specifically the app, because this is going to be the parent within which we render all of our componentry. So we're going to need access to these components inside of here, hence why we export them. And the default keyword just means that when we import them, JavaScript knows that we're only expecting this one import, and it just helps to make our syntax a little bit cleaner. So the last component we're going to create is the workout card, where both words, workout and card, are capitalized. .jsx for the React.js file extension, and we can just once again export a default function called workout card, and we can just return the React fragments. So if we take a second to think about these, the grid is going to contain the grid for the 30 days worth of workouts, and also house the logic that is related to its interactivity. So a user can save, click on a different workout, progress through them, and all that good stuff. The workout card is going to be responsible for the logic when a user clicks on a workout in the grid and that pops up. It allows them to see all the exercises, input the weights, and have all this information. All of that logic will be contained within this reusable workout card. The layout is going to wrap our entire application, so that's going to be important for the header and the footer. And I'm also including it in this case to demonstrate some important concepts inside of React.js as a refresher if you're just looking to touch up on your React.js skills, or maybe you'll see them for the very first time. And then lastly, we have the modal, which, as I said earlier, is going to be a pop-up overlay for when we need to display the exercise descriptions. So now we have our componentry complete. There's just one last thing we need to import to finish our project configuration before we actually dive into writing some React.js code. And that's going to be importing FantaCSS. At this point, you're probably pretty familiar with the process, so let's just go ahead and import it. I'm going to come over to the FantaCSS website, select the GitHub code. If you haven't already, if you could star the repo. Love that support, thank you so much. And I'm just going to come down to the fanta.css file right here. I'm going to download the raw file, and I'm going to save it inside of GitHub, the full stack course. Navigate to the directory where you have created this full stack course, inside of the brogram folder directory, and inside of the source directory. Just in here, alongside the index.css, I can save that file, and we can see now that it has been added to our source directory just in here, fanta.css. Now you could also copy this file directly from the full stack course GitHub repo, totally up to you. You could even create the file and copy the content across from our chapter 1 project. It's the same FantaCSS file. And the last thing we're going to do is just import it into our project in the exact same way that this index.css, which was pre-installed when we created our React.js project, this is imported into the main.jsx, which is the last step before we inject our app into the index.html. And so we apply the index.css styles in here, and we're going to do the exact same thing with import fanta.css, just like that, import./fantacss. So now our Fantasy CSS styles, design styles will be applied to our project, and that's going to style all the individual elements. And then the index.css is going to be responsible for the layouts. So that should be super cool. In the first project, I disabled the dark theme for the web portfolio just because I think white is a cleaner, more trustworthy color. In this case, because it's a more edgy, fun workout app, we're absolutely going to keep the dark theme enabled so a user can swap between the two of them. So that should be pretty cool. So layouts inside of the index.css and design styles inside of Fantasy CSS. And with all of that chaos out of the way, we are now in a position to boot up our application. We have all of our workouts ready, and we can now write some ReactJS code. So since we've installed all of our dependencies and we are in fact inside the correct project directory in our terminal, we can run the final command npm run dev. Just up here you can see that's what they told us to run. And this is a script that is available or configured inside of the package.json for this to_brogram project. Just here, if we look at the scripts, we can see there's a dev script. And so npm run dev just says to run the dev script inside the npm ecosystem, and that is going to boot up our project. So if I hit enter right there, that's going to start up our project on localhost 5173. I can copy that URL and paste it into the browser, hit enter, and now we have a almost blank application. Currently, this background color is going to be informed by Fantasy CSS, and so we can actually check if it's working by toggling the dark theme and the light theme. So the way Fantasy CSS works currently is it reads the user's preferred setting for dark mode or light mode. So if the user's device is in light theme, this website will interpret that and display the light theme, and vice versa for the dark theme. But we can toggle them, override it. As developers with God powers, we can right click on the screen, inspect the page to open up the Chrome developer tools. And if you're using Chrome or any other browser, you should see this little paintbrush above my head down here. If you click on it, you'll be able to see, let me scroll across. You'll be able to see prefers dark theme, prefers light theme, or automatic dark mode. That's because my system is set in dark mode. And so if I were to set it to prefers light theme, we can see that swaps, and that's Fantasy CSS swapping the themes out and now applying the light theme. I could apply the dark theme, or I could have it automatically chosen dependent on my system settings. So that's pretty cool. If you didn't know that, you can easily swap between the themes if they've been configured inside of the CSS files, which they have in Fantasy CSS. Alright, well done. We have completed the project config. Let's write some code. So the first code we're going to write, well actually, just before we do that, let's close a bunch of these files because we don't need them all open. So now I've closed all of our tabs. The first code we're going to be writing inside of React is getting these components that we have just created rendered in their appropriate parent components. So the app component is the top dog of our React project. So everything is a child to our app component. We can have components rendered within the app, and they themselves can have their own children components. And that's what we're going to do now. So the first component we're going to start off rendering is going to be a child to our application. So I'm going to actually get rid of these React fragments and instead return our first component, which is going to be the layout. Now we developed the layout component just here as a functional component, and we exported it as the default export from this JSX file. So now what I'm going to do is render this component, and I do so as if it were an HTML tag. So I have the greater than or lesser than sign, the little alligator sign, and then I call on the layout, and we can see just here that VS Code is giving me an auto import. So I'm going to hit yes on that auto import, and that is going to write this line up top. That is going to import this component from that file into our app. And then I can completely render it out, and I can have the opening tag and corresponding closing layout tag. Now, as I said earlier, the intention of the layout component is to wrap our whole application. And what that means is that we have a whole lot of body contents, and the layout is going to be at the top and the bottom pretty much. And so we can think about that in terms of the header and the footer. The header and the footer are going to be part of this layout component, and the content within the children content to this layout is going to be the main section of the document, which is going to have all of our workouts and all that good stuff. And so now that we have the layout, the next thing we can do is give this layout component some contents. So since we said the header and the footer are going to be part of the layout component, within them we can have the main section. So that's going to be good. And in here we're going to have a whole lot of text elements that we'll come back and add shortly. And just quickly to describe how this process is going to work, when I build ReactJS applications, obviously I start out creating the componentry, then I write out all the static content, then I style it, and then lastly we make it interactive using all of React's amazing utilities. So we're going to have this main section. It's going to have some content that we'll come to in a second, but first we're going to have the componentry. So within the main section of our React app, we'll have our workout grid. So that tells us we need this little grid component. So I'm going to render out the grid, which if you recall is the default export from this grid.jsx component right here. So I'm going to render out the grid, and for some reason the auto import didn't come up. There it is. The grid component, you can write these lines out manually. It's easier if VS Code suggests it. So it's gone and looked in our application and it's found our grid. Now here I've created an opening and corresponding closing tag for this grid component. With componentry, you only do that if that component is going to expect children contents. And when I say children contents, obviously the grid is going to have contents, but it's not a wrapper of anything. All of that contents is specific only to that grid component. The layout has a whole lot of content that's written all throughout the rest of the document, so it needs to expect children. So because the grid doesn't have any children contents in the same way that the layout does, we can make it self-closing. So I can get rid of the corresponding closing tag and just throw the slash in front of the closing sign, and that is going to make this a self-closing component. So now we've rendered out the grid, and so what's going to happen is React is going to recognize that the grid is being rendered. It's going to go into the grid component and basically return all of the JSX that's meant to go in the place of this grid component. So now we have a main section. It's got some grid contents, it's wrapping some grid contents, and all of this is within the layout. And that's pretty much our componentry done for this app.jsx. So we've used up the layout and we've used up the grid. Let's go into the grid component. Now you can imagine that inside the grid we're going to have a whole lot of workout cards. So when we get around to developing this component, this is where we will render all of our workout cards and also our modal, because the workout card is going to show the exercises. It's going to allow the user to click on the info button to access the description of the exercise, and so that is where the modal is also going to be rendered. Now if we come back over to our application, localhost 5173, I still have absolutely no content showing up on the page, even though I have created this componentry. So what happens if I come into our grid, which we know we've rendered in our app, and our app is being shown on the screen? Let's write some random text in here and see if we can get it to display. So I'm going to add that text inside of the JSX of the grid component, save that file, and now if I come back over to our application, we can see that isn't showing up. And that's because we need to make some minor modifications to the layout.jsx, which is the first component that we're properly going to flesh out. So if we come into the layout.jsx, currently this is the blocker that is preventing any contents from displaying on the screen. Inside of the app, we can see that the layout has children contents. And so that is essentially information being passed to the layout. So inside of our layout, we haven't really told the layout component what it's supposed to do with that content and how it's meant to render it onto the screen. So we need to first tell the layout component to expect the children contents, and second determine where it should place it on the screen. Now the way that we communicate information between components is via what's known as properties. There's two types of properties. One is the attribute style of property, which we'll see a lot in this course. The other is the children style of property, the children prop. Children referring to children contents of the component. Now this is obviously only relevant to componentry. This grid is a child to the main. We don't have to meddle with how the main renders children contents, but since we do have a custom component wrapping our entire application, we need to tell it how to deal with that children contents. So we've established that we're communicating some children contents to the layout. We need to tell it to expect that, and that is done via the props. Now the props comes to the component as an argument. So just here we can add the props argument to this layout component, which basically just says, okay, Mr. Layout, you've got some children contents or you've got some attribute style props. You need to be ready to receive that. Now what we can do inside of our functional component is enter down onto a new line above the returned JSX, and in here I can destructure out the props, specifically the children contents. So I can destructure the children out from the props using this destructuring syntax right here. And now what we can do is we can tell the layout how to render out the children contents, and we can just throw it straight within the JSX, which is the HTML that gets returned from this component. So I can use these squiggly braces, the curly brackets, to allow myself to write or inject JavaScript directly into this JSX. And I can just throw the children contents in here. And so what's going to happen now, if I save that, we can see that has in fact shown that ASD, and that's because our layout was receiving the children, but before this moment, we hadn't told the layout component what to do with the children, or even that it needs to expect properties. Now that we've added the props, we've destructured out the children content specifically, and we've rendered it, it shows up on our screen. That can be a little bit confusing. As we continue to work through this process, obviously it will become more and more apparent, clear, and obvious to you how that system works. So we've got some contents displaying on our screen, absolutely wicked. What comes next? Well, I said that the layout is meant to be a wrapper for our application. And the wrapper, well, what's it wrapping? The main contents. We can see just here that the layout literally sandwiches the main contents of our application. Now what goes on either side of the main contents? The header and the footer. So what we could do in here is we could render out a header on top, and I could render out a footer beneath the children contents. And suddenly now I have a header and footer that wraps my main contents. What I'm going to do though is just refactor this code to make it ever so slightly cleaner by coming up to the section here where I can write some JavaScript, and I'm just going to define a variable called const header, and that's going to be equal to some circular braces where I can write that header component or that header tag within them, and then I can do the same thing for the footer, just like that. And now instead of rendering them out directly inside of the JSX, I can enter out of them, and I can use the squiggly braces to inject the header and inject the footer. And so what's going to happen now is our JSX is going to look for the header variable, find the HTML assigned to that, and inject that into this section of JSX. So if I save that, that essentially has the same effect as having the header and the footer written out above and below the children or main contents. Except now, instead of returning a whole amalgamation of JSX, I can tidily write out my header contents, I can tidily write out my footer, and just have them neatly rendered within the JSX that is returned from this layout component. Now the header is the first HTML that we're going to code out. So we're going to open that onto some new lines, and in here, pretty straightforward, we have an H1, which is the largest typography tag, and that is going to say the brogram, that's the name of the application, And it's going to have a special class that is going to be a FantaCSS class, and that is text gradient. So that's going to be a pretty text gradient. And then underneath that, we're going to have a paragraph tag that describes the application. And that is going to contain the strong tags to embolden that text. And that's going to say the 30 simple workouts program, because that's what it is. The program is 30 simple workouts anyone can trial to get started lifting. So if I save that, this header contents, which is rendered within the layout, which is rendered within the app, should now be displayed on the screen above the main contents. And we can see it's right there, nice and neat. And we have the main contents, which currently only contains this random text, rendering out beneath that. So that is the header complete. Now let's do the exact same for the footer, and then we can pretty much be done with this layout component. So I'm going to enter the footer down onto some new lines, and in here I'm just going to have some text that basically attributes this project to me, or you in this case. And we're going to add a paragraph that says built by, and then we're going to have an anchor tag within the paragraph. We're going to add an attribute to the opening anchor tag. That's going to be an href. We're also going to give it the target_blank attribute to the opening tag that ensures that the link opens up in a new tab. And the href is just going to be my website. So we're going to say https://www.smalljames.com. You would want to include your personal portfolio website, which if you're going to deploy the one that we have developed in this course, will probably be something along the lines of, let me just write it down here. It will be something like https://your username.netlify.app. That's what we're going for in this course. You could say www in front of that if you wanted as well. So that will likely be your URL if you follow along with this entire course and deploy the projects as I deploy them. So that's going to be our anchor tag. Now we can put some text in here, and that's just going to have the name or your name. So built by Small James, and then we're going to have a break, which is a self-closing tag that's going to enter this text element onto a new line. And we're just going to say styled with and have another anchor tag. And that's going to have the href attribute, which directs to https://www.fantacss.smalljames.com, because we've styled it with FantaCSS. We also need the target =_blank attribute, not black, blank. And then the text in here can just be FantaCSS. So that is going to be our footer element, and because of the way we've coded it, once again, we would expect the footer to come out beneath the children contents, where the children is everything that is wrapped within the opening and closing layout tags. And so just in here, we can see that little footer is complete. Now, as I said earlier, the styling for most of this, specifically relating to the layout of the application, will come later. But we can see that the FantaCSS styles are automatically applied, including the pretty text gradient up the top. So that is our first component complete. We are done with the layout. The next thing I want to do is start off with the hero section, which is going to be a whole lot of text. Now, for the sake of keeping our app incredibly tidy, I'm going to create that as an additional component. So I'm just going to say hero.jsx as a new file, capital H, and in here I'm going to export a default function called hero, and that is just going to return, and we're going to return the React fragments. Now the React fragments work as empty divs, and the reason we have them is because any singular React component can only return one parent level tag or subsequent component. So for example, I couldn't return a div and another div. This is me trying to return two things. But instead, what I can do is return a singular div, and within that I can return whatever I want, so a whole series of components. But sometimes I don't want random divs wrapping all of my content, so instead what I do is have an empty div that allows me to return a whole lot of stuff, but not necessarily have to wrap it inside of a parent tag. So we have these empty divs, which are the React fragments, and in here we're going to have all the text to introduce a user to our workout plan. Now the text inside this section is actually really important, and I like to include it because it's good practice when it comes to creating your own landing pages in future. Now there's a real art to making an effective landing page, but essentially what you're trying to do is communicate or appeal to a user and convince them to use your application. Now the secret to writing effective landing page copy, or having text that converts someone to use your application, is A, speaking to their pain points and describing outcomes that they want, or something that they desire. And so we're going to do both of those things. We're going to write some copy that alleviates their pain points. For example, if you're getting into lifting, it can be confusing. You don't know what you're doing. You don't have any programming. The lifts can be overly complicated. You don't want to get injured. And the outcomes that people are looking for is that they just want to get shredded. They want it to be simple, easy, and effective. So we're going to speak to both those things in this landing copy to make sure that they continue down the page and start engaging with our application. Now the way that I'm going to do that inside the hero section is first with an h5 tag. So that's a pretty small header section, and that's just going to have the text that says complete this training program if you want to ... Now this text is kind of like teaser text, where essentially what we're going to do underneath it is describe all the outcomes that they want that's going to incentivize them to carry on and start the application. Now what I'm going to do in here is have an ordered list element, and we're going to list out all of the benefits in here. And we're going to give a class or assign a class to the opening tag, and that's going to be benefits-list. Now we don't use classes inside of React because classes are reserved keywords, so instead we use the class name attribute where the name is capitalized, so it's camel case. So that's going to be our class name. Other than going from class to class name, everything works exactly the same. In here we can have some list items. And the first one is going to say, follow a simple program with guaranteed results. Is that what people want, or is that what people want? So that's our first list item. Complete this training plan if you want to. Number 2, get fit, healthy, strong, and, well actually no comma there, and shredded. Is that what people want, or is that what people want? Number 3, the list item is going to be learn more about gym, training, and technique. That sounds pretty good. That's how you become an advanced lifter. And last but not least is the final list item that says become a lifetime gym bro, because it's about making sustainable change, not getting into some fad diet or routine or trend. What I'm going to do in the end is just throw in the little heart emoji. I love throwing in emojis as they just add a little bit of extra flair to our application. So if I go ahead and save that component, we can see that it is nowhere to be seen in our application, and that's because we haven't rendered it anywhere. So it's going to go above the grid, within the main, within the layout. So just in here, I'm going to render it out as if it were a tag. We're going to have the hero. I'm going to auto import it. So here we have the import for that component up the top, and it's going to be a self-closing component because it doesn't have any children contents except what is already written inside of the component. So now if I save that, we can see we have this little conversion piece right here. Once again, landing pages are just more glorified versions of this same technique. Speak to the pain points and speak to the outcomes or desires that your users have. That's all you're trying to do when you convert someone. So after that, we're by no means done with the hero section. We next need the rules. We're obviously introducing people to a simple workout plan, so we have to explain how it works. And so what we're going to do is in that same hero section, write out these instructions in a manner that makes it incredibly apparent to a user how to follow our plan most effectively to ensure they get the bang for their buck, the results that they are looking for. So we're going to start off with an h3 tag directly under this ordered list, and that's going to say the rules capitalized. So if we save that, that's now showing up. Here we have the rules. It's a nice big text, so it makes it very apparent to the user. This is what you need to be doing. Now under that, in a similar manner, we're going to have some text that pretty much just elaborates on what they need to know. Super simple, just some plain old simple static content. So we're going to start that off with a paragraph tag, and this is going to say to complete this program, comma, you, and then we're going to have some bold tags within the paragraph, and this is going to be a capitalized must for extra emphasis. You must follow these 3 simple rules, and then a colon. Now just under here, we're going to have an unordered list this time, a UL, and this is going to have a class name. So we're going to add a class name attribute to the opening tag, and that is going to be rules-list. Now inside here, we're going to have some list items, so some li tags, and these are going to have class names of rule-item, that's singular rule. And then inside this list item, we're going to have 2 paragraph tags. One is going to be the genre of the rule, so in this case it's going to be REST, and we're going to wrap that inside of some bold tags so that the word is emboldened. And then underneath that, within the same list item, we're going to have the actual rule. So for REST, we're going to say ensure that you are taking rest days where necessary. And this is important because we're obviously giving a user 30 workouts. We're not telling them that they should be working out 4 days a week, because that just doesn't apply to enough people. Everyone has different needs and we want to meet as many as we can. So we're just going to tell them that they need to rest when necessary. Now what I'm going to do is actually duplicate this list item. So I'm going to copy the whole thing, and then underneath it I'm going to paste it. And the second rule is about reps, so repetitions. Now for this rule, we are going to say that every rep is a pause rep following a 2-2-2 tempo. Now because a lot of people don't know what the 2-2-2 tempo is, we're going to abbreviate it using the ABBR tag. So in here, I'm going to create the ABBR tag. That's going to be an opening and closing tag. I will copy the closing tag and paste it after the word tempo, still within the paragraph. And what that's going to do is it's going to underline the text, but only once we have given it the title attribute to the opening abbreviation tag. And in here, that's going to say 2 seconds down dash 2 seconds pause dash 2 seconds up, because that's what the 2-2-2 tempo is. And now when I save that and come back over to our website, we can see that the abbreviation tag gets this cool little underline. And if I hover over it, we can see the description of what that is, and it continues just behind my head here. Now once again, the styling is off for the minute. We will resolve that shortly once we have finished all the layouts and content for our application. Finally, we have a third item, so I'm going to once again go ahead and copy this first list item. So just here I'm going to paste that beneath the second one. And the last one is going to be about weight. And here I'm going to have an asterisk that tells someone to read down below. And the paragraph text that we're going to have in here is we're going to say select the maximum weight that allows you to complete the set with good form. That's my general rule of thumb for weight. And that should pretty much do it for our little list. Now one thing I realize I've done in here is that as much as we have this UL, these list items are currently giving us this bullet point. So what I'm going to do is actually just copy all of them or select all of them. And inside of VS Code, you can do this by selecting the Alt key while selecting on your text elements. Once again, that shortcut or hack is covered inside of the VS Code guides. And now with all of them selected, I can change them to divs. and that's going to remove that bullet point. So now we still have the unordered list, we don't have the list items, and I can go ahead and save that adjustment, and we can see we're one step closer to having this formatted appropriately. Now with that change complete, we can exit out of this unordered list, and just under here we're going to have a small element. Now this is where we're going to explain the association with the asterisk. So we have an asterisk at the end of the wait rule, and this is just going to say the first and second set should be at 75% and 85% of your working weight used for the last two sets. So that's just a tiny bit of further elaboration as to what this star means here. So they then know to associate it with this line just down here. So that's our little small element. Now the last text we're going to need in here is all about the actual training plan. So underneath that small element, I'm going to have an H3 tag that says the training plan. And that's just a description of some of the nuanced details about the training plan. For example, the fact that it follows the push-pull-legs split. So beneath that H3 tag, I'm going to have a paragraph, and that says, this training plan uses a structure known as the, in here I'm going to have the bold tags, if I can get them to show up, bold tag, and that's going to have bro split within the bold tag, and then continuing on after the bold tag, still within the paragraph, I can have a comma, and follows this rotation. And then after that, I'm going to have the little down arrow to direct the user's eye to the next line. Then we're going to have another paragraph. This one's going to be a little bit more complicated because it's got some bold text within it that is also italicized. So here we have the bold text and we have the italicized tag and the corresponding closing tags. And in here, we're just going to say push. Then we're going to have the HTML code that allows us to write in the right-hand arrow. So that is going to be an ampersand and then the RARR and the semicolon. That's going to give us a right-hand arrow. Then we're going to have pull, repeat the arrow key RARR. And then finally, we're going to have legs, and that is going to be our workout split. I might have one more, so an ampersand RARR and then the word repeat. So if I save that, here we can see that gives us this effect right here, push, pull, legs, and repeat. Now the last content we're going to need in here, the last thing is one final paragraph, and that's just going to say, complete all of the workouts below and track your progress along the way. And then we're going to have the little tick emoji. So if I go ahead and save that, we have that line showing up just here. And now we have all of the text, all of the hero section essentially that we need to introduce a user to our workout plan. So that is super cool, really nicely done. And with that complete, it's time to dive into the more complex display, which is our workout grid. So the workout grid, which will include the display for the workouts, is all going to go within the grid.jsx component, which we can currently see having this text inside it, and this is where it's showing up on the page. So positionally, it's in the right spot. It's beneath all of our hero section, so a user can just read the page and then get started on the workout. As for how the component's actually going to work, what we're going to do is remove this random text that I have here and turn this React fragment into some empty divs. Now the reason in this case that we're actually going to return some parent divs is because these are going to contain, or this div is essentially going to be the container for all the individual little cards, and there's going to be 30 of them, where if a user clicks on one of them, it's going to change it from being a card to the actual workout display, which will be super cool. Now the opening div has some styles because to display all these 30 workouts, we're going to use a grid display with numerous different columns where the grid changes depending on the screen size on which the user is interacting with our website. So we're going to give the opening tag a class name equal to training-grid-plan. Now within here, what I could do is have a button for every single workout, and then I could style them all independently and all that crazy business, but that is not very efficient. When we're rendering out a whole lot of the same thing inside of React, we have one option, which is to create a component for all of them. That way at least we can style them all consistently using that component. But we would still have to render out 30 components. So is there a React way that we can render out one workout card or workout button, but have it be duplicated 30 times? Well, there absolutely is. And the way we do that in React is inside this div, we use the curly parentheses. And what we do is we access the training plan. And we map over the training plan. And for every element in the training plan, we return either the workout card, in the case where the user has already clicked on that particular button, or we render out a button which would allow the user to select it and then consequently change the workout card to be that particular workout. Now, because we're going to have to map over the training plan, we're going to need to import it. So what I'm going to do at the top of this function is I'm going to import, and I'm going to import from /utils/index.javascript. And what I'm going to import from here, so after the import line, is I'm going to destructure out the workout program, and I'm going to assign it to a variable called training_plan. So in JavaScript, that is workout program. That's what we're destructuring out. And then we rename it. So we take the workout program and name it as training plan. After that, we need to make sure that we destructure from that file, and that now completes our import. And now that we have access to this training plan, what we can do in here is we can, since it's an object, we need to convert it into an array if we want to map over it. And we do that using the object.keys method. Well, what we do is we pass in the object, and that's going to return an array of all the keys, which is all the individual workouts. So now that this gives us an array, we can map over it. And in here, this takes a callback function where the arguments are the workout and the workout index. And from within here, we return a button. And if you use this particular mapping method to render a whole lot of items, you need to give the top level return element a key attribute, and that has to be a unique value. That's why we have the workout index. And then this button is going to contain some contents. Now, what's going to go inside this button is a div, and that's going to have a class of plan-card-header. That's going to go like that. So we can now open that up as a div inside of the button. And this is going to have a paragraph that basically says what day we're on. So in here, we're going to say day. And then after the word day, we're going to have the number of the day starting from 1 through 30. But if it only has a singular digit, so 0 through 9, then what we're going to do is append a 0 to the front. And we're going to do this using JavaScript, which means we're going to need some squiggly parentheses just in here inside the paragraph. And in here, what we're going to do is have a check. So the check is going to see how many digits we have. So what we're going to do is take the workout index, divide it by 8, and see whether or not the output of that calculation is less than or equal to 1. If we find out it is, so we're going to use the question mark here and have our conditional statement. If it is, we're going to have a 0, to which we're going to add on the output of the workout index plus 1. So that is going to add a 0 to whatever day we're on. And then we're going to have the colon for the otherwise case, where we're just going to render out the workout index plus 1. So if I go ahead and save that, we can see that now we have all these buttons here where the day 1 has a 0, 1, but as soon as we hit day 10, it doesn't add that 0 on the front. Now these buttons are going to look different shortly, and that's our little card header. Underneath that, we're going to have some more logic. So what I'm going to do up here, just atop the return statement, is define a variable called const is locked and set that equal to false. Now, essentially what our plan is going to do is if a user isn't in the position to do workout 30, let's say they're on day 7, we're going to lock the card. And what that means is that we're going to display a little lock on the actual card that shows the user they can't use it yet. So to get this styling and logic working, I'm going to create a temporary variable that we will have to come back and change to a stateful variable later to then allow the user to interact with it. But this is all we need for the sake of getting it styled. So after this div in here, what we're going to do is have some more JavaScript inside of the squiggly parentheses, and we're going to check is locked. And if it is, we're going to show an icon. So that's going to be some circular parentheses, and then I'm going to have the colon and then the alternative case. And if it is locked, we're going to, inside these circular parentheses, enter them on a new line and render out an icon that has a class name of fa-solid fa-lock, and that is going to be the lock icon from Font Awesome. Now, in the case where it's not locked and we're ready to do this workout, we're going to have some more logic. So that's going to go inside this secondary set of circular parentheses that's still within the curly braces. So we can keep using JavaScript in here. And what we're going to do is we're going to figure out which workout we're on, and depending on whether or not it's a push, pull, or legs day, we're going to display a different icon. Now we're going to use the remainder key to calculate this mathematically. So what we're going to do in here is we're going to say workout index remainder 3, because there's 3 days, and if that value is equal to 0, then what we're going to do is have a second conditional statement. So we're going to have the question mark and then the colon and circular braces within each space. So question mark, output if true, colon, output if false. And within the output if true, if it is in fact equal to 0, the remainder is 0, then this is going to be the first day in our workout. So we're going to have an icon in here that has a class name of fa-solid fa-dumbbell. And if it's not, then what we're going to do is check if the workout index remainder 3 is equal to 1. Then we're going to have another conditional check. And if it is, then we're going to output this circular parentheses. And if it isn't, then we're going to output the following. And if I enter these onto some new lines, I recognize this is a little bit complex, but I'll run over it again in a second. With these two conditional statements, I can see if it's the first day, I can see if it's the second day, and otherwise it must be the third day. So between these circular parentheses in here, if we find out it's the second day, then it's a push day, and we're going to have an icon with a class name of fa-solid fa-weight-hanging. And in the final case, we're going to have an icon with a class name of fa-solid fa-bolt for the legs. So just to summarize all the logic in here, the first thing we do to determine what icon of the 4 icons, the lock, the dumbbell, the hanging weight, or the bolt, to determine what icon we show, we first check out if the workout is locked. If it is, we render out this first icon, and that's what is evaluated from this conditional check. If it's not locked, then we need to figure out what workout icon from the 3 push, pull, or legs icons. And so we have this secondary conditional check in here, where then what we do is we check if the workout index is equal to 0 or has a remainder of 0, in which case it's a push day, we render out the dumbbell. If it's not that case, then we check a second case, we see if the remainder is equal to 1, which means that it must be a pull day. If it is, we render out the hanging weight icon, and if it's none of the above cases, we render out the bolt because it must be a leg day. So that's our little is locked, and if I refresh the page, nothing comes up at the minute, and that is because we haven't allowed icons to be used in our project yet. So what we need to do is come back over to the CDN library for Font Awesome, which is linked in the description down below, and once again, just like we did in the first portfolio project, copy that link tag and come into the index.html, and inside of the head tags, which contain the meta information for the page, underneath the page title, we can paste in that CDN link. While we're in here, let's just update the title tags to brogram, the name of our application, and after that, I might also just add in the the simple 30 workouts plan or training plan to describe what it is. And now if we save that with that link added to the head tags of our HTML document, which contain the meta information about our document, we can see that now we have these icons. Now currently isLocked is false, so we will never see the lock, but we can see that for every other day, the push days all have this icon right here. And it goes in a sequence of push, pull, legs, push, pull, legs, push, pull, legs until we repeat the new day. Now currently we haven't limited the number of cards displaying in a particular row, but that will happen when we style out our grid layout. For now they're just wrapping around, but at least the icons are displaying, and we can confirm that this is all working because if we come into our isLocked variable and change the value to true and then save it, I would expect all of them to change to a lock. And they do. So when we lock the elements, we can display this little padlock, which says to the user, you can't use this right now. And this is a great example of where JSX can be brilliant because we can throw some JavaScript and some conditional displays straight inside of the HTML, making it the JSX, and getting these dynamic displays. Now we're almost done with this particular card. After this icon logic right here, what we're going to do is have a secondary div that also has a class name of plan-card-header. And in here, we're going to have an h4 element. And keep in mind that this is after this conditional logic, but still within the button. This h4 is going to be emboldened, so we're going to use the b tags inside it. And then we're going to have some squiggly braces, the curly parentheses, and in here we're going to render out the type. Now the type is a variable that we don't currently have access to, so what we're going to do is come up to where we return this button for every entry in this array, and we're going to figure out the type from the index. And this is going to be very similar to what we just did here. So we're going to have some conditional logic to figure out if it's a push, pull, or legs day, and that's then going to pop up as this variable right here. So for this logic, I can define a variable called const type, and that can be equal to, and keep in mind that since this is an arrow function or a callback function, before I return, I can write out some JavaScript, which is super cool. And this is going to calculate a type for every day or every workout in our plan. So for this type, I can say the workout index is the remainder of 3 equal to 0. If it is, then it's going to be a push day. Otherwise, then what I can do is have the workout index remainder 3 equal to 1 instead, question mark to determine if it is. And then in that case, I can return pull if it's true. Otherwise, so I have the colon and then I have legs in the case where both these first two conditional checks returned false. So once again, just to summarize, I can enter this onto some new lines to make it a little bit clearer. Let me just push this all down. What we do is we first check if the workout index remainder 3 is equal to 0, in which case it's a push workout. So we use the question mark to run the conditional check, and then the first thing is evaluated in the case where the condition is true. Then we have the colon. Otherwise, we have this logic. And this logic contains a secondary conditional check where we check if the workout index remainder 3 is instead equal to 1, which means it's a pull workout. We use the question mark to run the condition. In the case where it's true, we have this first string evaluated or returned, and that means it's a pull workout if it's true. Otherwise, we have the colon. Otherwise, it must be the final option, which is a leg day. And so now what I can do is save that, and that type is going to be calculated using this conditional logic and then rendered inside this h4 tag. And now we can see that we have this push, pull, legs, push, pull, legs, push, pull, legs, so on and so forth, you know, for the 30 days. So that's pretty cool. Another great example of how we can very easily inject JavaScript into our HTML. Now the other thing I'm going to do inside of this section right here, where I can write some logic, is actually get the workout. So what I'm going to do is say const training plan, not spelling it the same as the one I have up here. This one's got the underscore, this one's going to be camel case, and this is going to be the training plan for this particular day. And so to calculate that value, what we're going to do is, if we look at the data, we can see that every workout is saved within this dictionary and assigned to a particular index. And the indexing system starts at 0, so these match the indexes of every entry in that array. So this workout index is going to be the key that we use to look up the actual workout inside of that dictionary. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look inside of my training plan, and I'm going to access the value at the workout index. And that is going to give me access to my training plan, which I can then display inside of the workout card. So that's going to be pretty cool. We obviously aren't finished with this component yet because there's going to be a huge amount of interactivity with it. But for now, that should do the trick. And at least we have access to the training plan. Now, there's two other things I'm going to do in here to finish it off for the minute before we move on. One is define a variable under isLocked, and that's going to be called const selected workout. Now, when a user clicks on a workout, what we're going to do is take the index of that particular entry, let's say it's day 9, and save that to this variable selected workout. So for the minute, I'm just going to set it equal to 0, so the first one. Now what we can do in here is we can run a check to see if the selected workout is equal to the workout index, in which case we should actually be showing the workout card, not the button to then show the workout card, because it's already selected. So what we can do in here is, just before we default return the button, we can see if we should actually be returning the workout card. So we can say if the workout index is equal, we can run an equality check with the selected workout. And if it is, in here what we can do is instead return, have the circular parentheses, and we can return the workout card. Now that's the workout card right here. We can make sure that we import the workout card from the appropriate component. So here I've added in this import line up the top of my document to get access to the workout card, and now that can instead be returned from our component. And if we come back to our application, we'll see that day 1 has gone away, and that's because day 1 has an index of 0 because it's the first entry in the array. And so we'll actually be displaying this workout card, which is currently empty. So if I were to throw in my ASD in here, we see that shows up in place of the button to display that workout card. Now the one other thing we have to do to this card is, because we are returning it from this map, we actually still need to give it the key. The key is an important identifier for that component, and you can see that got rid of that squiggly red underline. And if we should hit this return, we will not then hit the secondary return, because the return will exit us out of the callback function for that entry in the array. So that's pretty nifty. And now the last thing we're going to do before we move on is just have some conditional styling of our elements. Obviously here, if they have a lock on them, what we want to do is drop the opacity of them so that they're more translucent and they don't show up as bright. So that's going to suggest to the user that they're not available to click. Now JSX is also awesome because we can do that very easily using some JavaScript. So what I'm going to do, where we have this button up the top, it has some class names. So we're going to add the class name attribute to the button that gets returned from this map. And in here, what we're going to do is give it some conditional classes. And the way that we do that is by getting rid of the string and instead using the curly braces, in which we can write some JavaScript that is then evaluated, and the evaluation is assigned as the class name. So what I'm going to do is have a string in here for the classes that every single card gets, irrespective to what the value or result of the JavaScript is. So every single button is going to get the class card and plan-card. So that's going to be card space plan-card. And then we're going to have a space at the end of this string, and we're going to append onto the string some extra classes depending on the value of isLocked. So here I'm going to plus, I'm going to have the circular parentheses, and I'm going to do another conditional check. I'm going to see isLocked true or false, question mark, is it? If it is, I'm going to evaluate the string or return the string inactive, because if it's locked, we want inactive to be added to this string. Otherwise, then I'm going to have the colon. I'm just going to return an empty string because we don't need to add this class or any other classes to these classes right here. So this is going to take this first string, check the value of isLocked. If it is locked, then it's going to add on inactive. Otherwise, it's going to add on nothing. So if I go ahead and save that, we can see that made some minor changes to them. The card style is being applied, but not completely, and we will come back and fix that later. But for now, that should pretty much do for the HTML/JSX content in this component. Now, the very last thing we need to do before we come in and style everything and then finally come back and make it fully interactive is we need to get a version of this workout card displaying using some static or fixed data. And so to do that, we're going to head over to the workout card component. Now currently in here we have these fragments. We're actually going to remove these fragments in place for some div tags because we need a tag or a division to contain our entire workout card and distinguish it from every other button inside of our grid. Now this workout card, before we go and write some JSX, is going to need to receive some information, specifically what workout is it meant to display, and it's going to do that via the attribute style props, which we will see shortly. But if it's going to be receiving this information, we need to configure it to let it know that it will be receiving this information, and we do that by providing some props as an argument to this functional component. Now the props, as I said a second ago, contain the attribute style props, and so we can now destructure out of them. So we can write this destructuring syntax, and we can tell it that it is going to expect the training plan. So we're going to pass down the training plan to this workout card and consequently display it. Now we're also going to display a whole lot of other stuff, including but not limited to the workout index, so we'll pass that down. Same with the type. The type is going to come down, and then there's going to be a whole lot of other information that we will provide shortly. So to design this component, we need access to these three pieces of information. So how about we now go back into the grid where the workout card is rendered and pass them down. So here we render out the workout card when the workout index is equal to the selected workout. So we go through over all the workouts, we check what the index of the workout is. If the index matches the selected workout, we display the workout card. Otherwise, we display the button that a user can click to then open that workout if it is unlocked for them. As I said before, we need to pass down some attribute style props, and we do that very easily by creating attributes on the workout card tag or component where it's rendered. So the first one is going to be the training plan. So we create an attribute called training plan and we set it equal to, and because it's not just going to be a string, it's going to be some JavaScript, we use the curly braces, and we're going to pass in the training plan that we got just here by going to the original training plan, which contains all of the workouts. That's our data inside of this index.js. We found the value at our current workout index, and that is going to be that particular workout. So let's say the index is 10, which means we're on day 11. That's going to be this workout right here. So it's a pull day. We can see the warm up and we can see the workout. So that's pretty cool. We get access to that training plan, and that gets passed down as the attribute style prop. We're also going to pass down the type because we told it would expect the type. So we're going to create a prop or attribute with the name type, set that equal to some JavaScript, so we have the curly braces, and in here we throw in the type. And last but not least, as much as we already have a key value that contains the workout index, that's not an attribute style prop. That is an attribute specific to this mapping method of displaying content on the screen. So if we want to receive the workout index, I'm going to create a attribute style prop called workout index and set that equal to some JavaScript, so the curly braces, and inside those curly braces I'm going to pass in the workout index. Now currently the selected workout is equal to 0. I'm going to make it 4 so it's more visually interesting. And here we can see that because the index is 4, that's going to be the 5th element in the array because JavaScript uses a 0 indexing system. And so we get to day 4, we skip day 5 because the selected workout is that day 5. And in here we're going to display this workout card. Now because we've passed all that information into the workout card and we have received it, we can now do a whole lot of stuff with it, such as creating the display or creating all the HTML that we need to render out the contents for this workout card. Now, before we jump into the div, the last thing we're going to do is just get access to the warm-up and the workout. So since we have access to the training plan, we can now further destructure the warm-up and the workout from the training plan. Now what I like to do as a backup is I have the OR short circuit and I have an object. And essentially what this does, if for any reason training plan comes through as undefined or we can't find a training plan, then we're not going to be able to run this destructuring syntax because we can only destructure out of an object. So if hypothetically training plan were undefined, trying to destructure would give us an error. So what we do is we provide this OR short circuit that checks to see if training plan exists. If it does, we use training plan and then we destructure out of it. So that's perfect. But if it were undefined, we can then default to this empty object, and then we can try to destructure warm-up and workout out of that empty object. We'll obviously get undefined for both because they don't exist as keys inside of this object. However, at least we won't break our code because we can still try to destructure them out of this object. So this is just a nice little security addition to this check right here, or this destructuring syntax. And now with the warm-up, the workout, the type, and the workout index, we have most of the information we need to create this component. So first up, this workout card is going to need a class name, and that's called workout container because it contains the contents for our workout. And that is going to be workout-container. In here, we're going to have a div that has a class name of workout-card. So this is going to be a card, and you'll see why we distinguish the card from the container shortly. And that is going to have a space so that we can add a secondary class name of card, where this one is a Fantasy CSS card style. So it's going to default style this card, and then this is going to be some extra custom CSS that we will add shortly. Now we can create the corresponding closing tag, and in here we can create the plan card header. So that's going to be a div with a class name of plan-card-header, and we'll see what that looks like when we come back through and style it. But essentially it's a little banner that has the day, it has the name of the workout, and then beneath that we can have all the contents for the workout. So we're going to open that up. We're getting a tier list of 3 divs, and in here we're going to have a paragraph that has the day, and then we're going to have some circular braces that contain that same numeric system that we developed down here. And then under that we're going to render out the icon. So what I'm going to do is have some curly braces that aren't even within a tag just down here, and I'm going to inject into them a variable called icon which doesn't exist yet. And in here, I'm going to inject into this a variable called day_num. Now what we're going to do, since we've already calculated these inside of the grid for every button or workout card, same with the icon, I'm actually going to pass them down to this component as attribute style properties of this particular component. So what I can do is tell this component it can destructure them out of the props. So here we can have day_num and we can have the icon. And if I save that, that's fine. Here we can see that they don't actually show anything because currently they're both undefined. They don't exist as props yet because we haven't actually passed them down. But if we come into our grid, this is where we can access them. Now the funny thing is that we have our workout card rendered here, but we're figuring out the day down here, and we're also figuring out the icon down here. So what I'm going to do is refactor this code. I'm going to extract the logic for the icon and extract the logic for the day number, or the formatted day number, and I'm going to assign them to variables just above this, and then I can pass them down as a prop here, and I can also inject them into the code below. So first let's do the variable called const day_num, where num is capitalized for the camel case, and I'm going to set that equal to the logic inside of the curly braces just inside of our button that we return from this grid. So I'm going to control X on that to cut it, and instead inside of the circular braces I'm just going to render out that variable, and then I can scroll up and assign all that code equal to the variable called day number. Now if I save that, we can see that it doesn't change any of our buttons, which is good. So we haven't broken our buttons. We're still not seeing it down here, but we'll get there in a second. What I'm also going to do is calculate the icon. So here I'm going to have the icon and set that equal to, and I'm going to come down to the second conditional check. Now this one's ever so slightly more complicated because inside of the workout card, I don't need the lock icon. And currently the lock icon is part of our little logic inside of these circular parentheses. The reason we don't need the lock icon is because they can't open up a workout card on a locked day, or at least they won't be able to shortly. The only logic I actually need is the stuff between the circular braces after I determine that the button is not locked. So I can copy all of that code that comes in the otherwise case of this original is locked check. And I can cut all that code and set it equal to this icon. So now the icon is equal to a conditional check that checks if the workout index remainder 3 is equal to 0. So if it's day 1, if so, we get the dumbbell. Otherwise, we check if it's day 2. Then we get the hanging weight. Otherwise, we get day 3, which is the bolt. And now because the output, the icon that is output from this conditional check gets assigned to the icon, the variable called icon, then I can come down and I can just return the icon instead of all of that complicated logic. But just as importantly, I can now pass down the icon as a prop. So that is super cool. And even more exciting, this is a really unique thing about React, is that you can actually assign HTML to a variable in just the same way that we did up inside of our layout. We assigned a header HTML code to a variable value inside of JavaScript. So React is clever in that way that we can do that. And that works nicely inside of our grid. And now, because we have created both these two props, we've got the icon and we have not yet passed down the other one, which is the day number. So let's create the day_num attribute on the workout card and set it equal to a JavaScript value. So inside of the curly parentheses, we assign the value day_num, we label it day_num, and then the workout card knows it can receive the day_num and render it onto the screen. So here we have this extra piece, which is actually our workout card component. Note it looks a bit different from the rest of these. And we can see that we have the formatted day, and we also have the appropriate icon, which in this case looks like it'll be a pull day. And we can check that, push, pull, legs, push, pull, legs. push, pull legs, push, pull legs. So that is working correctly. And that is all the code we need for this little plan card header. Underneath that, we're going to have another one. So we're going to have a second div, and that's also going to have the class of plan-card-header, except this one is going to have an h2 tag that contains some bold tags, and that is going to have some squiggly parentheses so that we can inject the type, which is push pull legs. And then after that, we can have the word workout still within the bold tag, and that is going to be the title for this element. And so here we can see we have the day, we have the icon, and then we've got some big old text that shows exactly what workout the user is doing. And it's pretty cool because it's basically swapped out the button for that particular workout. So the people will really get to experience as they move through the workout planner, the big old workout will open up and it gives them an indicator of how far through the entire planner they are. Now to continue, after we create the second plan card header, we can come down a div and we can enter on a few lines, and this is where we're going to have our next code, and that's going to be the actual workout grid. So just to be clear, we're coming down until we only have one closing div beneath us, and this is where we're actually going to have the content for the workout grid, which is all the exercises, the inputs to allow them to enter the weight, where we specify the reps and all that good stuff. So to create this workout grid section, we're going to have another div, and that's going to have a class name of workout-grid. So we'll create that div right here, and it's going to have a div that has a class name of exercise name, and that is going to contain an h4 tag that has the word warm up, and that is going to be the start of this section. Now just up here, this content is actually going to be a banner. So we're going to break up the style inside of our grid layout with all of these entries. We're going to have a banner for our current workout, and then we're going to have some plain text elements that basically sit atop this background color, so they don't necessarily have a card layout. And that's what this is creating just here. So here we have the warm up. Underneath the warm up word, specifically underneath this div, then what we're going to do is have an h6 element, and that's going to say sets. Underneath that, we're going to have another h6, and that's going to say reps. And essentially the workout grid is going to be a 3-column display. What's actually going to be 4 columns, and these are going to be the titles. So the last title, which is h6, is going to be max weight. And this last h6 is going to have a class name of weight-input. So if we look over here, we've got our basically major heading, and then we've got the other 3 columns. And when we style them, they'll sit across. And then beneath we'll have the corresponding exercise name, number of sets, number of reps, so on and so forth. Now beneath this element, what we're going to do, if we come and look at our data, this is where we're going to display all of our data. We can see that the warm-up for every day is an array containing objects that specify the information about the particular object. So the entire workout is an array of objects, and that object also has more information about the number of sets and reps, so on and so forth. So if we have our training plan, so this is an entire training plan right here. We've destructured out the warm-up, which is an array, and since it's an array, we can map over that array, and for every value in the array, we can return some repeated JSX. So once again, to map, we have the squiggly parentheses, and then we tell it what we want to map over, which is the warm-up. It has to be an array, and it is an array, so we can map over it, and that takes a callback function. And the callback function, which is a little anonymous arrow function, has 2 arguments, which are going to be the warm-up exercise and the warm-up index, which we need to keep as a key for every element we return from this map. Now in here, we don't need any logic, so we can immediately return the JSX, and we're going to return it inside of some circular parentheses. And now in here, we're going to do something different. We're going to return some React fragments because we're going to try and return multiple parent level elements. However, because we need to assign a key to the top parent level element, what we're going to do is actually create our React fragments a bit more cleverly so that we can still assign a key. If you try to assign a key to these empty tags right here, it will not work. But if you instead call on the React package, and specifically the .fragment element of the React package, you can create these. These are essentially fragments that now we can give attribute style props to. So I can enter these on some new lines. React and fragment in this case are both capitalized. And what I can do is give a key attribute to the opening React fragment, and that can be equal to the warm-up index. The key always has to be a unique value. The index is guaranteed to be unique because we only have one entity at every index in the array. And if I save that, we get an issue, and that's because we have to import the React package from React. And now if I save that and refresh our page, we can see that our code is happy and we can successfully return this React fragment, no unhappy red underlines. So with that complete, what we can do in here is we can now have a div with a class of exercise name, and this is obviously going to be exercise dash name. And this is going to have a paragraph. The reason we're using a div is because it's going to have some text, but also a button that a user can click to find the associated description of the exercise should they need it. So the paragraph is going to contain some squiggly braces that have the warm-up exercise +1, because it's a zeroth indexing system and we want to start from 1, so we add 1 to it. Then we have the period outside of the squiggly braces, and then we're going to have some more squiggly braces, so we're going to inject some JavaScript. And this warm-up exercise is going to be this object right here. And so what we can do is we can access the name field, and that will render out the name. So what I can do is inside of this squiggly brace, I can target the warm-up exercise and access the .name field. And now when I save that, we can see that here we get an object, which means that we've broken something, but at least now we successfully display the name of each exercise. Now, what I believe is broken is this warm-up exercise. Here, this should be the warm-up index, not the warm-up exercise. So if we change that, now we get the correct number displaying, and that's obviously the order that a user needs to go through. Now, when we've styled it, as I said before, this will be a row. And so beneath this row, beneath the warm-up, we'll have the name. And then adjacent to the name, next we want to display the sets, then we want to display the reps, and then we want to display the weight where appropriate. And so that's why we have these React fragments, because we want to render out 4 elements, 4 top-level elements for each warm-up exercise, essentially. So beneath this, we can have a paragraph, and this is going to have a class name of exercise-info. And this is just going to have some squiggly braces. We're going to access the warm-up exercise object and print out the number of sets. Then I can actually duplicate this line because we're going to do the exact same thing for the reps. So this one can be the .reps. And once again, you can see that if we have 4 columns, that the order is going to go name, then the sets, then the reps, then the weight. So here we have sets, then we have reps. And then finally, we're going to have weight, which is actually going to be an input. Now, the input is ever so slightly complicated, and it's something that is going to be wired up when we come and make our whole application interactive and stateful, and once again, utilize all of these great ReactJS tools. So what I'm going to do for the minute is just make it a self-closing tag. I'm going to give it its class name, which is wait-input. I'm going to give it a placeholder value for the minute, which is going to say not applicable n-a. And I'm also going to give it an attribute called disabled, because the input isn't actually going to be relevant for the warm-up. The warm-ups don't have an assigned wait. Only the actual workouts will have an assigned wait. Later we're going to come back and wire this up, as I said earlier, but just for getting the content on the page so that we can style it, this will suffice. So that's a self-closing tag. Now if I go ahead and save that after we've added these 3 attributes, we can see that now for every exercise in our warm-up list, we do in fact show the exercise, we show the number of sets, we show the reps, and we have an input where for the workouts, this will be something they can enter so they can track the weight that they used. For the warm-up, it's obviously not relevant, but we'll show it anyway. Now the styles will make this look pretty. Once again, we're just getting content on the page. But the cool thing about this is that now what we can do is copy this whole workout grid. So we copy the entire workout grid and we can just duplicate it because it's going to be the exact same for the workout. So I copied and pasted it, and now I can change the second one to say workout instead of warm up. And the warm up right here, currently we're mapping over the warm up, we can just change that to be workout. Now because this is a callback function and we're defining what the arguments are going to be called, you technically don't have to update these to say workout instead. That can be confusing. And so what we are going to do is change them, but technically this would be fine. But we're going to say workout exercise, and here we're going to have the workout index. And now I'm just going to swap out the values where appropriate. So all these red underlines can be changed to the workout exercise. And for the input, I'm going to remove the disabled keyword, and I'm going to make the placeholder 14. As an example of using 14 kilograms. Now if I go ahead and save that, we should see that now we have a workout section and it shows all of our workouts. So we can see this is a back workout, we have a cable row, we're doing 3 sets of 10 and we can input a weight, then we're doing a chest supported dumbbell row, so on and so forth. Now the one thing I've forgotten to do on both of these elements that we'll quickly add is come back up to this little div right here where we have the exercise name. And what we're going to do is add a button tag beneath the paragraph that has a little info icon that people can click to get that description of the exercise, be it warm-up or workout. So we're going to have a button here, and that's going to have a class name of help-icon. And inside the button, we're going to have an actual icon with a class name of fa-regular, and then space secondary class name of fa-circle-question. Now that can be a self-closing icon, and with that we should see that after the warm-up names we now get this button that has the question mark. And that looks a bit funky for the minute because it's experiencing the Fantasy CSS default styles. Once again, when we come through and style out or complete this index.css, that will all be updated. And what I'm going to do for the minute is copy this because it's also important that we have it for the workout section. So underneath the workout paragraph, I'm going to paste in that same button. And so now we have our pull workout, we have our warm-up, we can access the description of any warm-up exercise, we can see the reps and sets, and all of this is going to come out as a beautiful grid once we have styled it. Now the very last thing we have to do in here before we can move on is just have some command buttons. One is going to be save and exit, and the other is going to be complete. And that's going to be relatively straightforward, and it's going to come in as a div, once again right above the final closing div. So I'm going to create another div just in here. It's going to have a class name of workout dash buttons, and it very simply is going to have 2 button elements. So we're going to have one button right here, and that's just going to say save and exit. And then after that we're going to have a secondary button, and that one is going to say complete. And this one is just going to, by default, have a disabled attribute, and that is going to be equal to true until we come back and add the logic for it later. Now, one thing I would mention quickly is here we have the disabled attribute, and I've assigned a custom value to it, whereas up above, we disabled this input, and I just threw in the keyword and didn't assign a value to that attribute. Now, if you just have the keyword, it will assume a truthy value. So default, so in this case, I include it and the disabled is true just from including it. However, I could actually say it's equal to false, and that would then make it false. So in the case below, we're going to have some slightly more tricky logic to determine whether or not the complete status is valid. And that's why we're assigning a variable to it for the minute. So if I save that, we now come down to the very bottom and we have these two buttons, one of which is disabled for the minute. And with all of that complete, we now have all of the content we need for our workout card. There is one last component we have to add before we are ready to style everything. And then once it's all styled, we will finish making it completely interactive and also super clever so that all of your data is eternally persisted. So the last component we have left to develop now that we have completed the workout card is our modal. Now the way our modal is going to work is it's going to be an overlay of our existing application. And we can get a better understanding of how this works by taking a look at the index.html. Currently, as I said at the start of this React part of the course, we have our app, we have our componentry, we also have this script, which is the main.jsx, so right here. And that takes our app, it renders out that component, and it finds an element inside of our HTML with the ID of root, and it renders our app from within that div. And that div is this one right here. Now to create this modal, we're going to create a portal overlay, which works via a very similar but not quite equivalent process. And it's going to require us to create a secondary div with an ID of portal inside of the index.html. So before we create our modal, we are going to have to create this additional div from within which we will ultimately render out our modal and enable it to overlay our existing application, which is all inside this div with the ID of root. So now that we have created that extra div, we can fill out the modal. Now the modal is going to be a very flexible overlay where what we're going to do is style it so that it's more of a container of contents. So we can think of it almost as a wrapper where anything it wraps is going to be taken out of context of the original document with the ID of root and instead rendered out within this div with the ID of portal, so inside of the portal overlay. So it will almost work similar to the layout where it's going to have children contents which will render out in this new context. So because it's going to have children that aren't programmatically coded out inside of the component itself, we know that that comes down to this component or is communicated to this modal via the props. There's two types of props, the attribute style props and the children style of props. So we need to let our modal component know that it needs to receive this content, and we do that by adding the props as an argument to our functional component. So now that we have these props, what we can do inside here is we can destructure out some important information. So here I can have the destructuring syntax for our props. And the thing that we are going to destructure out of the props is going to be the children. Well, actually, in this case, it's going to be ever so slightly more explicit. We're going to destructure out two parameters instead. One is going to be the show exercise description, which doesn't exist yet, but we will see what that looks like. And a secondary one called handle close modal. Now, the other thing I like to do when I create these modals is I basically handle the logic to render them in some other component, and that in this case is going to be the workout card. And since I'm handling that state, does it show, does it not show, inside of the workout card, that is also where I define the function that toggles that state or effectively closes the modal. And then I pass it down to the modal via, instead of the children, it's actually going to be the attribute style props. So we're going to destructure out these two parameters from the props. Now this parameter right here is basically, it's kind of a Boolean value, but it's actually not. It has a truthy state, which means that it's either true or false when we think about the modal in terms of, is it actually meant to show up and show the exercise description? But it actually contains the information that we need for that description. So the name of the exercise and the corresponding description of the exercise. So essentially how this is going to work is we're going to have a state that if it's blank, it's false, we don't show the exercise description. If it's true, then the show exercise description variable will contain the information that we need. So what we can do underneath this props line is we can actually destructure out the name and description from the show exercise description, but in the case where it's empty or undefined, we provide this backup so that our destructuring syntax doesn't just break on us. Now, as for what we return from this modal, it's slightly different. And we actually need to come up to the very top of our component and import a package. Now, when we configured our React project, we had two dependencies. One is called React DOM and the other is React. And so far, we haven't really had that much engagement with React DOM, but this is going to be our first example. And the DOM obviously stands for the Document Object Model. So you can imagine it's going to be used to manipulate our document object model, or for example, render out some new content in our document. So what we're going to do is import React DOM, and you need to be very careful with the spelling of this React DOM right here. And we're going to import it from that React DOM package that we saw inside of our package.json. And now that we've imported that, what we can do is we can return, and instead of just returning some content that gets rendered out the standard way, we can now call on the React DOM package and access the .createPortal method. Now this method, we invoke it, and it takes two arguments. One, and this is very similar to how we targeted the root div right here. One is the element within which we render this content. So that's going to be the same here. So here what we're going to do is access the document and get the element by the ID, and that's going to be the portal div that we created just a minute ago. That is the second argument. So what we're going to do is have them comma separated, and in front of that I'm going to have some circular braces, and the first argument is going to contain our HTML that we're going to render within the secondary input, which is the element that we're going to render the content out within. Now this div, we can open it up, and it's going to have a class name of modal container. And what we're going to do in here is have a button. Now this is going to be a very unique button to the point where I can actually get rid of the closing tag and make it self-closing. And that typically doesn't make a lot of sense for a button because they normally have some text within them or some element within them. But this button is only going to be an underlay. So if you think about when a modal pops up on the screen, you might be familiar with the experience of clicking the background and it makes that modal or that overlay go away. That's the behavior we're looking for. And when you click that background, you might not realize it, but that clicking action, if you have an action that happens on a click, then the element that you have clicked is technically a button. So this button is going to be kind of like a slightly opaque background. So we can actually give this a class name of modal-underlay because it lies underneath, and it's going to have an on-click attribute that is going to be equal to the handle close modal prop that we're going to pass down. Now what I said a minute ago is that the handle close modal is going to be a function containing the logic needed to reset this show exercise description to a blank state, in which case our React code will recognize, well, there's nothing here, so we do not show the exercise description, we do not show that modal overlay. And so in assigning that function to the onClick attribute of our button, when we click that underlay, it's going to make the modal go away. Now obviously the complement to the underlay is the actual content. So beneath that we're going to have a div, and that's going to have a class name of modal-content. And this is where we're going to have the name and description. And this is going to be pretty straightforward. In here, we're going to have a div. And inside of that div, we're going to have an h6 that has the keyword name. And then underneath that, we're going to have an h2 tag that has a class name of skill-name. And that is going to have the name inside of the squiggly parentheses because we're injecting that JavaScript in here. Now just for some text formatting, we're going to call the .replace all method on the name, and we're going to pass in here two arguments. We're going to pass in a string containing a dash, that's what we want to find, and then we're going to comma separate it and then pass in a secondary string, and that's going to be a space character. And so what this is going to do is it's going to go to our name, and if it finds any dashes, which typically when you're finding data could be used in the name, and it's going to replace them with a space, which is, you know, a more human-centric display. And then what we can do is copy that div, we can copy it and paste it directly beneath, and then we're going to have the description key changed for the name in the h6, and instead of having the name.replace down beneath, we're simply going to have a paragraph tag. So I can remove the h2, create a paragraph, have some curly braces, and just throw our description in here. And that right there is all the code that we need to create our modal and render it out within this new div that is going to act as an overlay. And that's mainly going to work when we complete the styling for this application. Now the second part to this equation is obviously rendering out that component. And so we're going to do that from within the workout card, because it's the workout card that contains the button to show the description in the first place. And so to get this component showing up, the first thing we will need to have inside of our actual workout card is going to be a state to temporarily manage what it's going to look like. So what I'm going to do in here is define a variable called const show exercise description, and that is going to be equal to the true state, which is going to be an object with a name key and a description key. And for the minute, they can just both have random values. We're just trying to get the actual component to work. And so now that we have this show exercise description, what I can do is I can render out the modal anywhere in here. So I'm going to go at the top of the workout container. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to render out our modal component, ensuring that I import it from its component file. And that can be a self-closing tag. And I actually lied about the children component. It turns out it had all the content it needed. So that's why we don't need the corresponding opening and closing tag. But we are still communicating information to it via the attribute style prop, which is what we destructured out of it. And one of those attribute style props is the show exercise description, which is equal to, in this case, directly show exercise description. And so this is going to have the content that we need to show the modal and the description of the exercise. Now the second attribute style prop was the handle close modal. So I'm going to create that as a property as well and set that equal to, and for the minute that's just going to be an empty arrow function, because we haven't wired up the state to make this fully functional yet. But if I go ahead and run that, we would actually expect to have that content show up on the screen, and we can see that it does down the very bottom. We have a funny button right here that's got no content. That should ring some bells. That's our self-closing button. We also have the name and the name, which is ASD, and we have the description, which is the exact same thing for the minute. So the content is actually working for the modal. Now what we need to do is style our application so that it comes up as an overlay it has absolute positioning, and then we can go about finishing all the JavaScript to make everything functional and fully fledged. So for the styling, all of that is going to go inside of the index.css, and there's no better way to approach this than really starting from the top and working our way down. And so what we're going to do is begin with our top level component, which is the body tag, and we're going to select that directly. Now this one's relatively straightforward. The first parameter we're going to set is the padding. We want to push everything in from the sides by 1 rem, so that's the padding. I also like giving the body of my document a minimum height parameter and setting it equal to 100% of the view height using the VH unitary. Now what this does is this just ensures that our page is at least 100% of the view height, which should never actually be an issue because we have more than a page worth of content. But I like to set it anyway. I'm also going to give it a flexible display, super important. Set that flex direction to column so that we have a column of content, not a row of content. And this allows me to set a default gap, which is going to spread out all the direct children elements. So now I can go ahead and add that, and now we have our padding, we have our gaps between the different sections, and it's, still looking absolutely appalling. Now the next elements we're going to style are going to be the header, comma, the main, comma, and the footer. Now these three are all going to have some width constraints. And so what we can do is give them all a width of 100% so that they occupy the maximum width of the parent element, which is going to be the body. And then we throw a maximum width constraint on that that's going to override when it is reached. So we can have a maximum width in here, and that is going to be 700 pixels for this project. What I'm also going to do is give these elements a padding of 1 rem. And then in our body, I'm actually going to change the padding of the body to 1 rem vertically and 0 horizontally. And so the last thing I want to add to these 3 elements right here, if I go ahead and save that, we will in fact meet that minimum width criteria, however, we'll have an issue. If I zoom out on our page and come away from the mobile display, we can see that it's constantly left aligned, and that's not very convenient for us. We want it to self-center, and we can do that with a margin. So we're going to add a margin to all of them. It's going to be 0 vertically, but it's going to have the value of auto for the horizontal margins on either side. And that's going to evenly distribute any additional space to either side. For example, when we hit this maximum width criterion, we're no longer occupying the full width of the page. And so just adding that, we can see now that the margin here and here are equal. But if I come down to a mobile device width, then we still occupy the 100% page width. Now underneath that, we can start off targeting the header specifically, and that is going to have a flexible display. The content still needs to be in that column orientation, so I'm still going to need to give it a flex direction of column. But that allows me to give it a gap, which is going to be 0.25 rem, just to spread out the content in the header ever so slightly more. Now, one other thing I want to do is target the H1 within the header. So that's going to be our primary title. So we're going to go for the header and the H1 within the header, and we're going to give that a width of fit content. Now this is important because if we make the header a flexible display, all the children elements by default occupy the full width. And that is going to diminish our gradient because the gradient is going to apply across the full width even though the text that displays it is only small. And that is just going to keep our gradient nice and tidy. Now after the header H1, we can move on to the main section. Now the main content is also going to have a display of flex and a flex direction of column. You could refactor this code so you could find every element that has these display parameters and potentially only write this code once, but I'm not going to stress about it. The main is going to have this flex display once again, so I can give it the gap of 0.5 rem. And when it comes to the main content, I also like to give it a flex of 1, and this is specifically important for our minimum height of the body element. If the body occupies a minimum height of 100% of the view height, the flex 1 parameter on the main section will ensure that it is as greedy with that space as possible. So the header sits happily at the top, the main expands to take up as much of that 100% view height as possible, and that conveniently pushes the footer to the bottom of the page. So that's just some nice styling rules that I like to follow for my displays. However, in this case, it won't really be relevant because the main section occupies, far more than just that 1 page worth of content. So now if I save that, we can see that we're just getting a bit more spacing between all of these elements. After the main, we're going to target the H3, which titles a lot of these sections. And we're going to also target the .training-plan-grid, which, if you recall, is our training plan grid. And we're going to give these both a padding top of 2 rem. And once again, that's just for the spacing between all of these elements. So if I save that, we can see that now above each section, we just have a nice spacing, essentially just an amount of room. And one thing I realize I've done is I have muddled up the spelling of the training plan grid, because if we come into the grid element, I did training grid plan. So that should actually be -plan -grid, not -grid -plan. So if I go ahead and save that, that is also going to create a spacing above the actual grid element. Now, for the grid element itself, I said that's going to be a grid display, so we can target that now. And we're going to target it using the class and consequently the period at the start of the class to select that class. And that is going to have a display of grid, something new, something nice. And we're going to give it a grid display, a grid template column style. And that's going to specify the number of columns we want for our grid display. Now, all the styles we're coding out at the moment are the mobile displays. We will do the large device sizes at the end within media queries. It's so much easier to style an application first for the mobile device size. So in this case, you can kind of imagine that all of this content is being styled specifically so it looks good on a mobile. And then at the end, we can add in the additional styles to size everything up, because it's sizing down that is really the hard part. So if at all possible, that's what we avoid doing. So for the mobile device size, we can specify it to have an even size 3-column layout using the repeat function inside of CSS, and this takes a 3-column argument, so 3 to specify 3 columns. And then we specify the size of each. And so we're going to use the min-max function. And that basically says anywhere between this minimum amount, where the minimum amount is going to be 0, and the maximum amount is 1 fraction. So that basically says it can be any upper limit size as long as each is only 1 fraction of the total. So this will create an even 3-column layout. And we can also give our grid a gap of 1 rem. So now if I save that, we no longer have all of our elements going crazy. They take up 3 columns. Currently it looks a little bit funky because some of the styles we have, but we will sort that out very shortly. In fact, that is absolutely coming next. So if you recall, for the cards or the buttons within them, we gave them a style, and that was plan-card, so .plan-card. Now for these plan cards, we want to give them a position of relative, a cursor of pointer because they need to click on them, and also a flex shrink parameter of 0. And what that means is that they don't shrink to be a smaller size when they're being constricted or, squidged together. So if I go ahead and save that, that doesn't make that many visual adjustments for the minute, but we will get there shortly. But after that card, the other state we need to work on is the inactive state. And if you recall, the .inactive state was applied to a plan card that we weren't yet then at that stage able to click on. So it might be a workout 7 days ahead. We're not ready for it yet. So that is why we're creating this plan card to have a relative position because we're going to overlay some stuff on it to reduce the opacity of that card if it's not ready yet. So what we can do is also give this a position of relative, and this is going to have a Z index, so that relates to its spacing in and out of the page. It's going to have a Z index of 1. And finally, we're going to give it a cursor of not allowed. So if the card is inactive, there's no cursors allowed on it, or at least it shows up the not allowed cursor to indicate to the user this isn't ready yet. Underneath that, we're going to show the locked card style, and this is going to be the overlay. So -locked-card is going to have a position of absolute, so that's going to overlay it on our plan card. Now after this .inactive, what we're going to do is target the plan-card-header element. And this is going to have a display of flex, except in this case we're not going to have the column layout, we want the row layout, and that is going to basically be this little label and the icon. We want them to be in a row with one another. We are going to give them a gap of 0.5 rem. We're going to align the items in the center, so if the row orientation is horizontal, the alignment is where the items sit vertically in that row, so we want them at the same level. And then finally we're going to justify the content, and that is going to be space between, and that's basically going to take all the direct children and place them evenly spaced along that row, or in the case where we only have 2 elements, the space is going to be between the 2 elements, pushing them to either end. So if I save that, now we can see not a lot changing, to be completely frank with you. So let's just make sure we've spelled that correctly. .plan-card-header, plan-card-header, that should indeed be applying. And I think that the issue we're currently having is that these aren't occupying the full width, and that's because of this nasty element right here ruining all the fun for everyone. But we'll style that in a second. Just before we do though, let's finish styling out this plan.card.header. So what we're going to do is target the plan-card-header and the paragraph within it, but specifically the first of type paragraph. So this is only the first paragraph within the plan card header. And after that, we're also going to comma separate a second style that we also want to select, which is going to be the plan card header and any icon within it. And what we're going to do is give that a font weight of 600, make it slightly more bold. We're going to give it a font size of 0.75 rem, a line height of 1 rem, and a color that's going to be a fantasy CSS variable. So we're going to use the var function, and in here pass in the --color-link. Now if I go ahead and save that, let's see what changes. Now we can see that our little header is a nice and pretty color. The icon looks like it's not changing color, but we'll come and explore that in a second. But the other thing we have to do quickly, or actually what I am going to do, is just come into the grid for the second and set the selected index equal to null. And that's going to remove our workout card. Now one style I'm just going to add to the plan card header is a width of 100%. And that's just going to make sure that each element does in fact take up 100% width of the parent grid element. So instead of just having them all sitting to the side as they were kind of awkwardly before, they're just going to now occupy the full width, which is perfect. And then some of the other styles I want to apply quickly are the rules. I actually don't mind having the label sitting above the rule, that's not too bad, but what we are going to do is have the description sit adjacent to the title. And so we're going to come up quickly to the main section. And just beneath the main, we're going to target the rule-item class and give that a display of flex and a gap of 1 rem. So just that small style will bring all of these descriptions up onto the same line as the title. So that looks super cool. And the other thing I want to do is make sure that each of these items lines up. Currently the top 2 are pretty in a line, but the bottom one isn't. And we can do that by giving a minimum width to the paragraph item within the rule item. So I'm going to target the rule item class, the paragraph within, specifically the first of the type, which is going to be the emboldened text, and I can give that a minimum width, and that should be around 60 pixels. So now what we can see it does is it makes sure that the width of each of these text elements is 60 pixels, and then we have that one rem gap, and now it pushes them all out into the same alignment, or the left justification basically. And now that we have completed the styles for our grid, we can actually work on the workout card, which doesn't currently look so hot flash. Now for the workout card, what we're going to have to do is make sure it's re-enabled, and we can do that by coming into the grid and ensuring that we have in fact set a selected workout, which we have. So that shows this workout card. Now to start off, we're going to select the entire workout card. So we're going to go .workout-container, and the first thing we're going to do is give this a grid column style and tell it to span 3 columns out of the 3-column display. And so what this singular style is going to do is it's going to encounter this card, and it's going to say this card takes up all 3 columns, and then it's going to force the remainder beneath it and also break up, the continuity of our buttons. So that's immediately going to look a little bit tidier. Now this workout container is going to have a flexible display, so we're going to give a display of flex, a flex direction of column, and that's going to allow us to set the gap to be 1 rem. So now if we come back into the workout card, here we have the workout container. The next thing we need to style is the actual workout grid. So the workout card just up here is going to be this header. So this header we have already completed, so now we need to actually display the grid of contents. Now obviously just here, if we look at how this content is going to be laid out, here we have the headers. So we can see that we're going to need 4 columns effectively, so it's going to be a grid layout. So what we can do is target the .workout grid. So if we come back in here, we can say .workout-grid, and that can be a display of grid, and we can make it grid template columns. And this is going to be a repeated column layout, and we're going to have 7 columns. And the reason we're going to use 7 columns all up is because some of the columns are going to occupy multiple columns. For example, the exercise name is going to take up 3 of the 7 columns because it just needs more space in this layout. Now for the second argument, we're going to provide the min-max, and that's going to be a minimum value of 0 to a maximum value of 1 fraction of the whole. Now for this, we're going to give it a gap of 0.5 rem. We're going to give it an overflow x value of auto. And what this means is if by chance our workout card occupies more than the maximum width, then throw it inside of a scrollable container and allow the user to scroll across the page to show the rest of the workout grid. And that should just about do it. So just making that adjustment, we can see now that we actually have 7 columns right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then what we need to do is tell this first column to take up 3 of the columns, and this last one, where we're going to have an input, to take up 2, and then everything will balance nicely. Now, the first one we're going to target is the .exercise name, which is the name of the exercise, and I said that's going to take up 3 of the columns. So we can say grid-column, and we can say span 3 out of the 3 span, 3 out of 3 basically. So span 3 over span 3 just says to take up 3 out of the available 3. And so now we can see that the warm-up and the titles are taking up much more space than they originally did. And that's starting to look a bit better. The last one we need to do is tell this input section to take up 2 of the 7 columns. But before we do that, we also note here that we have a button and it sits beneath the title. We want the button to sit on the side of the title. So we're going to give this display, or this container, a display of flex that's going to put everything in that row orientation. We're going to align the items in the center and give them a gap of 0.5 rem. Now after that, we're going to target the weight-input class, and that's just going to have the grid column span 2 over span 2 style. And that is going to just ensure that the inputs out the end take up the last 2 columns. And now we can see that we are really starting to get a nice four column layout, and we've got our neat little buttons sitting at the end of each of them. And that's nearly the end of our workout card, to be honest. Here we have the warm-up, we've got the exercises, they don't need to wait for the warm-up, and we've got the workout and consequently all of the workout exercises, the number of sets, the number of reps, so on and so forth. So that's coming along nicely. Now after the weight input, let's target the .exercise name. And actually I'm going to put this above the weight input. I'm going to target the exercise name class and then the paragraph within, and just give that a font weight of 400. And then beneath the weight input, we're going to target the .workout-buttons. If you recall, this is these buttons down here. And what I'm going to do is give these a display of flex. I'm going to align them in the center and give them a gap of 1 rem. And that's just going to space them out and make it look a little bit more orderly. Now the last element we need to style before we move on to the overlay is going to be the footer. Now the footer is going to be relatively straightforward. So here for the footer, I'm going to give this a display of flex. I'm going to target that element directly. We're going to align the items in the center. I'm going to have the justification of the content in the center. Give it a padding of 4 rem vertically or above, 0 rem to the right, 2 rem beneath, and 0 rem to the left. Now the padding is super clever because it can figure out, depending on which arguments you provide it, or how many arguments, where these paddings are to be allocated. If you provide it 1 input, it's going to apply that equally on all sides. If you provide it 2, it'll split them into vertical and horizontal. If you provide it 4, then it will be top, right, bottom, and left. So here the top is 4, the bottom is 2, and the left and right are both 0. And the last thing we want in here is a text alignment of the center. So as much as the content might be centered, we want the text within that content to also be centrally aligned. And now that just puts this little footer bang smack in the middle, smack bang in the middle. You could obviously add more to this footer. For example, you could ask a person to start the repo. That would be totally valid, but I'm just going to leave it like that. Now, just before we add in the media query to style the larger screen display, we're going to target some more utility-focused styles, specifically around the inputs and whether or not a user can input in them. So the first one we're going to select is the input, and then we're going to use the colon to target the disabled space, state, and we're going to give it a cursor of not allowed and an opacity of 0.6, so it's slightly harder to see. And what that'll do is target these inputs just up here. You can see that they're a bit darker, and suddenly they have that not allowed cursor. So that's pretty cool because so not only can I have the not applicable text in them, but the cursor actually won't work on them. After that, the other one we're going to target is the button with the class of .help icon. Now this is a dual selector where we're targeting the button with the class of .help icon. And for this, we're going to give it the pointer events of none. And what this means is that when they click on this button, nothing is going to happen. We're also going to give it an opacity of 0, a padding of 0 vertically and 0.5 rem on the side. And this will make sense shortly, but the moral of the story is we're just making it totally untouchable for the minute, and you'll see why shortly. We're going to give it a color of variable. We're going to use a variable amount, and that's going to be dash dash border dash secondary. That's a FantCSS variable value. We're going to give it a border of unset, a box shadow of unset, a transform of unset, and a width of fit content. Now, FantCSS obviously by default styles all the buttons. So for this specific button, we don't want any of these styles, so I'm just unsetting them. And then after that, what I can do, well, actually, let's just save that and see what it looks like. Where's our button gone? It's completely translucent, so we can't actually see it, and you also can't click on it because it's got no pointer events. But now what we can do is we can target the exercise name container and specifically the hover state. And when we are active in this hover state, we can then target the button with the .help-icon class, and we can bring it back to life. So we can now say pointer events and give it back all pointer events, which means that if a user clicks on it, it is interactive. And we can give it an opacity of 1. And so now, when I hover on the exercise name, we should see that little button come up again, and it does. So there it is right there. It's pretty dark in this case, but whatever one I hover over, we can see that now the question mark shows up, so they can click the question mark for that specific button. Now you could fiddle with the color. For example, in here I could use the link color, and to be fair, that might actually be the better option. And I think that's definitely the better option. It's much brighter. And so now if a user has any questions, when they hover over an exercise, they can click this button, and that's when our modal will show up. Now the one other thing you notice is that when you click on it, it's got that transformation, and we can remove that by targeting the button.help icon. So we're targeting the button both by its tag and its class. And now we specifically want to target the hover state. So we're going to use the colon and the hover. And we're going to say transform unset and box shadow unset. And that will mean that now when we hover over it, we don't get any transformation, because once again, the default for a Fantasy CSS button is to transform it a little bit. And when you use that in conjunction with the box shadow, that's how you get this press down effect on the rest of our buttons. So we just unset it, so now a user can select it. And what you could also do for the hover state is just set the opacity to 0.7. So now it'll be invisible until we hover here, then it's completely opaque, and then when we hover it should become ever so slightly more translucent. So now that we've done that, we're going to target the .exercise-info class and just give them a margin of auto, so auto vertically and 0 horizontally. And what that's just going to do is center these elements vertically in the line. So that is good. And now that we've added the exercise info, we can come down and target the skill-name. This is going to have a text transform. So that's a text transform. And we just want it to be capitalized. So it's automatically going to capitalize the first letter. And if you remember, I think that the skill name is inside of the modal. So that is right there. So now we're starting to style the modal. And then down here, we're going to target the modal-container. Now to take it out of context of the rest of the page, we need to give it a position of fixed. And now we specify where to fix this container. So it's going to be stuck to the top, so top 0, stuck to the left, so left 0. We're going to give it a width of 100% of the view width, a height of 100% of the view height. And now that's going to make it cover the entire screen and stay there no matter where we're scrolled. Now as for its display properties, we're going to give it a display of flex. We're going to give it a flex direction of column. We're going to align the items in the center, justify the content in the center. So now any contents inside of our modal will be perfectly centered within it. We're going to give it a Z index of 100, so it guarantees it sits above every other content in and out of the page, and finally a padding of 1 rem. So now that modal container is fixed in the middle of our page, we can see it's stuck there, and all the contents within it is bang, smack, smack, bang in the middle. Now that's obviously the container. Next we're going to target the underlay, which currently looks like this little weird button right here, but we don't want it to show up like that. We want it to show up as an underlay that darkens the screen behind. So that is the .modal underlay class, and in here we're going to give it a position of absolute this time. So we're positioning it in context to its parent, which is this fixed container, and we want it to occupy, or basically take up, the exact same dimensions. So we can use the inset parameter and just say 0. So inset at 0 from all boundaries, which means basically take up the entire space. Now for the background color, we're going to use a fantasy CSS variable. So that's going to be var -- background -muted. We're going to give it an opacity of 0.8 so we can see through it a bit, a Z index of 99 so that the content within the modal can sit atop it. We're going to give it a width of 100%, a border of none, a border radius of 0, and a box shadow of unset. And the other thing we're going to have to do is target the modal underlay and once again select the hover state, because once again buttons using Fantasy CSS have a default hover state, and we just want to set the transform to unset and the box shadow to unset again. So now if I save that, we can see that we've basically got this slightly opaque screen sitting atop everything. Eventually we want the content in the middle to come forward on it, and we just want this background to basically sit behind and make everything a bit darkened to bring attention to the content that is overlaid. But that's looking pretty good. No longer looks like that random little button. And finally, we can target the modal.modal-content, and this is going to have a position of relative. If you recall, we in the parent container, the actual container for the modal, we said center all the content. So all of this content is going to be centered, so it gets a position of relative. We need that so we can set a Z index of 101, which is higher than the 99. So now this content sits atop the underlay or in front of it. And in here, I'm going to give it a width parameter of 100%. I'm going to give it a margin of 0 vertically and auto horizontally. And that's because I'm also going to give it a maximum width of 600 pixels and a max height of 400 pixels. And so now what it's going to do is take up a complete width until it hits these criteria. And when it hits this maximum width criterion, we find we have extra space on one side or another. That horizontal margin will be automatically allocated and it will be centered. So here, when we put in the background, we'll see that this is currently taking up 600 pixels and the text is aligned to the side. So within that, what I'm going to do is give it a border radius, and this is going to be a Fantasy CSS variable. So we're going to use the var function, invoke that, and pass in here the -- border - radius - large. We're also going to give it a border of 1 pixel solid and use the var -- border - primary. That's going to give it a pretty border that's a solid border 1 pixel thick. And then we're going to give it a background, also using a variable, and that's going to be -- background - primary. And that's going to be a dark background so that anything behind or basically in the content section is completely opaque behind. So now we can see this section showing up and all the content behind is hidden, but we can't actually see through the modal itself. We can just see through the underlay. Now, in addition to that, we're going to give it a padding of 1 rem, a display of flex. We're going to give it a flex direction of column and a gap of 1 rem, and that will space the contents out a little bit. And now we're getting this content having that nice little display. We've got the headers, we've got the exercise name, and we will have the description. And as we add more content, that will continue to grow. And not only that, it should look good on our mobile device, smack bang in the center of our screen. And you can see that as we scroll, it just stays fixed in the middle, which is the behavior that we're looking for. And so now that we have that modal content styled, the last thing we can do is throw in the media query. So we're going to go at media, and then we're going to pass in the criteria for this media query. And we're going to set a minimum width of 640 pixels, which is my favorite first breakpoint. So when our screen reaches this minimum width criteria, so the screen is 640 pixels in width or greater, any styles within this media query will overwrite and take precedence over the mobile styles provided above. So there's a few in here, and this is our first of, I think, two breakpoints. In here, the first one is going to be the body. The first thing I want to do with the body is just give it a bigger gap of 2 rem up from 1. and also a padding of 2 rem vertically and 0 horizontally, up from 1 rem vertically and 0 horizontally. So that's going to be the body. The next thing is going to be the rule item and target the paragraph that is the first of type, which means that basically that's going to be the little header section and then the text alongside. And we just want to up the min width of it from 60 pixels to 70 pixels. We want to target the training plan grid, which is currently a 3-column layout. And we want to now make it a 4-column layout. So I'm going to say grid template columns, and I want it to repeat 4 columns that have the min-max dimensions of 0 and 1 fraction. I also want to increase the gap from 0.5 to 1 rem. So we should see that kick in now. You can come down here. We can just see in the background the 3-column layout, and as I make it bigger, it should jump to a 4-column layout. Have I got that style incorrect again? And that's because I can't spell min-max correctly. So that's the error there. So now we can see as we go up to a bigger screen, we get 4 columns. And now if I come down, we go to 3. So that's looking nice and responsive. In addition to that, we are going to have to target the .workout container. And that is now going to need the grid column style of span 4 out of the 4 available columns instead of the original 3. So now if I bring back the workout card, let's set that to 5, we should see it takes up the entire 4 columns, which it does indeed, so that's working perfectly. The reason the overlay comes up is because every time we show the workout card, we also show the modal, but we will come back and fix that shortly. So after that, we are almost done with this media query. We now need to style out the .plan card header, specifically the paragraph, which is the first of type. And also we're going to comma separate and secondarily select the plan card header and the icon. And we're just going to bump up the font size to 0.875 rem and give them a line height of 1.25 rem. And that should finish all the styles. We can see those text sizes just got a bit there, and that finishes up the styles for this media query. And now we're going to do the final size, which is going to be our second breakpoint. So we're going to add an @media, have the circular braces to provide the criteria for this media query to apply, which is going to be a minimum width criteria. And that's going to be 768 pixels, which is the second breakpoint I like to use. Sometimes I'll do 3, with the third one would be 1024 pixels. And in here, we're just going to go for the training plan grid. This is going to have the grid template columns, and that's going to be a repeat. This time it's going to be 5 columns, and each dimension is going to be a min, max, won't spell that wrong, of 0 smallest and 1 fraction maximum. And then after that, we're going to target the workout container and just throw in that grid column span again. So this time around, it'll be span 5 out of the 5 available. Now, that completes all of the styling, which is pretty cool. And so what I'm going to do quickly, just to finish that, is actually comment out the modal just here. And now we can see if we're on the 5-column layout, our workout planner still occupies the 5 columns. It itself is broken up into 7 columns to display all of the content. And as I get bigger and smaller, I will jump to the 4-column and then consequently to the 3-column. And that's how we create a responsive design. We start small, we grow bigger. So when we drop back down, we can guarantee that we are responsive to that mobile device size. And we can confirm that by right-clicking, selecting Inspect, targeting the mobile display, and you can just see how wicked this is starting to look on a mobile device, which is likely if someone's at the gym where they're going to be using this training plan. If I select that, I can see that I get the little question mark, and soon when I click that, that will be completely interactive. So with that complete, now let's go and make this application fully wired up. Everything is totally functional. A user can come to the application, use the app, it persists all of their data, and then we can deploy the project at the end. Alrighty, and now with the styling of our application done, how about we jump into some of the logic? And I think the first thing I want to start off with is the modal, because that should be pretty easy to get up and running. So currently we have our modal commented out. Yours may or may not be commented out. Mine is commented out. And what I'm going to do is uncomment it. Now the way that the modal is going to work is it's only going to show up if show exercise description contains some data. So that means what we can do is make this component a conditionally rendered component, and we do that by throwing the entire thing within some curly braces, then the circular braces, and what we do is we use the AND short circuit. So we say show exercise description and render out this component, but only in the case when we have show exercise description. So what this does is it checks the value of show exercise description. In this case, it finds something, so that represents a truthy state. If it was null, it would be a false state and nothing would be shown, but since it's true, I would now expect it to show up, and indeed it does. So that is step one. We now have our conditionally rendered modal. Step two is making the modal actually interactive. Now, obviously we have this variable right here. Rule of thumb inside of React is that whenever you need a variable to be tied to a user interaction, we change it into a React stateful variable instead of a traditional variable. So to do that, what we'll have to do is import useState from React, so we can add this code just up the top. And now we're going to reinitialize this variable. Instead of it being a traditional variable, it's now going to be a stateful variable, so that when the user interacts with it and it changes, React knows to repaint the screen and ensure that the screen is updated to adjust any changes to that state. So to create the variable, I'm going to create it directly above. I'm going to say const, then I have the square brackets. The first index in the square brackets is the show exercise description, so that's the variable. The second is the setter function that we use to later update or modify that state. UseState inside of React creates a immutable variable, which means that you can't edit it the traditional way. You have to use the setter function. So here is the setter function, set show exercise description, and that is equal to, and we call the useState hook, and it's going to be initialized to null by default. And so now that I have that line, I can comment out the second line, and because it's null, our code here, our JSX is going to look for this variable. It's going to find it's equal to null, and so we won't show our modal. Now the next step we have to take is we have to, on click of this button, figure out what exercise needs to be set to that state, and that's actually not too challenging. All we have to do is come into each of these buttons and set an on-click attribute to the opening tag. So first I'm going to do the warm-up. That's going to have an on-click, and the on-click is going to be a callback function or an arrow function. Inside of this arrow function, what we're going to do is call the setter function, and once we've called this setter function, we can invoke it, and in here we're going to pass in an object. Now the object we're going to construct, it's going to have a name key. If you recall, we render out the name, and it's going to have a description key as well, and both of those are going to have string values associated with them. If we come into our modal, we can see that it needs a description and a name, so that's exactly what we've done. And instead of just having a string here to get the actual name, that's just going to be a warm-up exercise, which is the first input for our callback function inside of this map, so the item in the workout list that we're mapping over, and we're going to access the name field. So now that we've done the name, the description is going to be slightly different, because if we come to our data, we can see that these little entries inside of our workouts don't have the associated description. The descriptions are all contained within this other object right here, which is exported from this file called exercise descriptions. So inside of our workout card, what we have to do when we import all of our exercises, we now have to import the exercise descriptions object. So I can pretty easily call on exercise descriptions and automatically get that import line right there. So that recognized that exercise descriptions is available from the index file inside of our utils folder. Now we can access the exercise descriptions object, and once again, if you look at how it works, the key to access the value, which is the description, is just the name of the exercise or the warm-up. So just here, where we have the warm-up name, to get the description, we go to the descriptions object and we simply access that exact same name. So I'm literally going to copy this text and paste it just in there. And so now when a user clicks on this button, we're going to set the show exercise description state. It will now contain an object, and then our modal will show up and it will be able to read that information and display it on the screen. So now if I refresh the page, make sure it's all there, we can come down and I should be able to click on this button and we get our modal showing up. So that is super cool. Now how do we go about clearing it? Well, that's pretty easy. All we have to do is find our modal, and here where we have this handle close modal function or attribute style prop, we can now come into that callback function and we can just set show exercise description back to its original null state when someone clicks on the background modal. So now if I once again refresh the page and I click on the question mark, we can see we get the description, perform a regular squat, but pause for 2 to 3 seconds at the bottom before standing back up. Feet should be shoulder width apart. And now when I click on the backdrop, the modal goes away, because when we click on the background, that resets our set show exercise. And I can do the same for the glute bridge, and it looks tidy on a mobile device as well. Now notice down here I'm trying to click on the workout equivalent, but it's not working. And that's because we just haven't coded it in yet, but it's going to be very equivalent. So what I'm going to do is actually just copy the on-click attribute from that button, and I'm going to paste it into the button for the workout version, not the warm-up version. Obviously we're going to have to swap out every warm-up exercise for workout exercise, but other than that the logic should be exactly the same. And so now when I save that, I can click on an exercise inside of our workout, and that works perfectly as well. So that is very nice, looking absolutely excellent. The next state I want to work on in terms of the interactivity is clicking on one of these cards and getting the workout to show up. So currently if we come into our grid, we have two states here. We have an is locked state and we have a selected workout state. Now the logic in here starts to get ever so slightly more complex, but we'll just work through it slowly. But let's start off with this selected workout. As we said before, since a user is going to be interacting with the state that manages, or the variable that manages the selected workout, we know that we can't use a traditional variable and we have to use a React stateful variable. So we can just reinitialize it as const selected workout and set selected workout. We have the variable and the setter function name, and that is equal to use state, which we need to make sure that we import. I took advantage of the auto import, and we can give that a default value of null because there's not going to be a selected workout when the user first loads the page. So now I can go ahead and delete the traditional variable, and now if I come back, we have no workout card showing because the value is null. And if you recall, it only shows up if there is in fact a selected workout. So what we're now going to do is wire up the set selected workout function, or I guess better said, the setter function. So the way this works, here we have all of these buttons. Currently we don't have an on click for the button, which doesn't make any sense. And so what we're going to do is add that on click attribute to the opening button tag that's going to take a callback function. And in here, all we do is we call the set selected workout function, the setter function, and we pass in the workout index. So when we click a button, it'll check the index. It might be the 5th index, which is going to be the 6th day, and that is the workout that will now show up. So when I click on the push day, we can see that opens up a workout. When I click on the leg day, that opens up the leg workout. When I click on this push one, it opens up that push workout. Now that is all well and good. However, the one issue is that we want the user to progress through the workouts and not jump the gun, where we're going to require them to input all of these weights and save the workout and complete the workout before we allow them to move on to the next day. Now the way that we're going to do that is by introducing a locked mechanism or locking mechanism. So it's going to be some additional logic that just checks which workouts are complete and consequently allows us to decide which workouts are available to start. So obviously up here we have this is locked state. What we're going to now have instead is a value called completed workouts. So here we're going to define a variable. This one is not going to be tied to a user interaction. It's instead going to be built off an existing state that we're going to manage. So in here I'm going to say const completed workouts, and that is going to, for the minute, just be equal to, I'm actually going to go for an empty array. Now the other thing I'm going to do is comment out, or actually delete this is locked line, and I'm going to need a secondary state called saved workouts. So I'm going to define something called const saved workouts, and this one is going to be a stateful variable because obviously a user clicks save and it saves the workout. So the value associated with this variable needs to be stateful. So we're going to have const saved workouts and set saved workouts. And that's going to be equal to a use state of also null. Now what we're going to do with these saved workouts is persist them to local storage eventually, and then when a user loads up the site again, we're going to read them in from local storage, which means that this little state will permanently allow us to know exactly how far through the workout plan a user has progressed per device, because obviously local storage is a database that is specific to an individual device. But this is going to be pretty cool, and what we're going to do is now create two functions. If you recall in the grid, at the bottom of the grid we have two buttons, where one is to save and the other is to complete. And they both exist within the workout card, which is why I can't find them. But since the state is defined in this component, and there's a good reason for that, we're going to define some handler functions. Now obviously when you're setting a very simple state, you don't need a function to basically manage that activity or that event. But sometimes when your state is complex, like it will be in this case, we're going to define some functions to basically handle all of the heavy lifting. And it's just going to help our code stay nice, clean, and clear so that anyone can understand exactly what's going on. Now the reason I'm defining these states here is because as much as I might be modifying the save state of the workout from within the workout card, I actually need to know the save state inside of the grid because that's where I'm going to lock all the cards. And because this is the parent component, I can't pass state back up, I can only pass it down. The state has to be defined in this one, and then I can pass it down to the workout card, which is where it will then be used, but I need to manage it up here because this component needs to be aware of it. So we're going to have two functions. One's going to be called function handle save, and that's going to take two arguments. One is an index and one is the data. And then we're going to open up this function, and this is just going to say save to local storage and modify the saved workouts state. The second function we're going to have is called handle complete. And the distinction between the two of them is obviously if they're halfway through a workout and they just want to save where they are, they can, and they can revisit that workout. But if they complete the workout, only then will we allow them to move on to the next day in the plan. So handle complete is going to take the same two arguments, the index and the data, and this is just going to complete a workout, which means so basically we modify the completed status. Now I like having these little code comments when I'm going to have slightly more complex functions because it just keeps it really clear in my head what my objective is for that function, and it also stops me from bloating the function by adding too much to it. It's good to keep your functions modular, so basically it's one per utility or functionality. A function does one thing. If you have multiple things, you can split them up into multiple functions. So for the data, let's go and think about the data. Essentially, if we save this component and come into our workout card, we have all of these inputs with the weights, and the weights are tied to the different exercises. Now, that information can actually be managed within the workout card because it's the workout card where we have all of these inputs. It doesn't need to be done in the grid because we don't need access to that information when we're displaying all the different tiles. So we can create a state in here to manage all of the input values for the status of their plan, the progression through the workout. So what I'm going to do inside of the workout card, and in doing so allow myself to complete these functions here. We can't do these functions until we have the data, and the data is going to be the state that's managed inside the workout card. So we're going to create another stateful variable just here. I'm going to delete this commented outline, and I'm just going to say const weights and set weights inside of the square parentheses is equal to use state, and that is going to be equal to saved weights or short circuit backup the empty object. Now saved weights is going to be a prop that gets passed down to this component that doesn't yet exist. But if I just add it to this props list, it will be undefined for the minute, which is absolutely fine. And then in this logic right here, because this first argument or basically variable is undefined, we will use the backup, and that will be sweet for the minute. And this is just the default state for the saved weights. Essentially what this code allows us to do is if we do have saved information, when we load it up again, we can then populate our weights immediately. Now how the weights is going to work is we're very simply going to have an exercise as the key and the weight as the associated value. Now because we're going to be managing lots of different exercises and weights, I'm going to create another handler function to basically manage this modification of data. So we're going to define a function called handle add weight, and that's going to have two arguments. One is the title or the name of the exercise, and the other is the weight value. And in here what we're going to do is create a new object. Because these states are immutable, we can't modify them directly. So what I'm going to do is build a new object based off of the last one. It's kind of like a copy or an upgrade. And then once I have completely created that new object, then I'm going to overwrite the previous state with this new object. So I'm just very simply going to call it new object, and that's going to be an object just like this. And in here what I'm going to do is spread out the weights. So that's going to go to our weights dictionary, and every key value we have in there is going to be spread out and duplicated in this new object. And then after that, what I'm going to do is have a comma. Then I'm going to use the square parentheses to access a dynamic key. And the key is going to be whatever the title is. So this allows us to have a dynamic key. And I'm just going to assign the weight value to that key. And how this is going to work is if the exercise exists within weights, this line will overwrite it. If it doesn't, this line will create it. And that is going to create our new weights entity or object, and then beneath that I can just overwrite the last one by calling on the setter function and passing in the new object. And that's all the logic we need to basically store all the weights for all the exercises in this stateful variable or the stateful object. So now that I have this handle add weight, what I can now do is come down and tie it to all of these inputs. Now the inputs are only associated with the workouts, so we can scroll down to the workouts, and that's where we can add all of this information. So what I'm going to do is scroll down to the input that is for the workouts within the workout section. And in here, for this input, first I'm going to create a value key, and the associated value is going to be an object because it's going to contain some JavaScript data, specifically the value for that input. And then we're also going to pass in an onChange attribute to this input, and that is going to have a callback function. which is just going to be an anonymous arrow function. Now, essentially how this works is, as much as we can, on the change of the input, modify our state, we then need to pass that new state into this value key. And so we need both of these attributes to ensure that our input stays relevant to the most recent data. So the value, if you can imagine, we're simply going to look in the weights object, and we're going to look for a key that is equal to the warmup exercise.name. So if you remember, the warm-up exercise is the actual exercise. It's got the name and the sets and the reps, so on and so forth. We access the name field within that, and that is the key that we need to look up within the weights dictionary to find the value associated with that exercise name. Now, there's a chance that this exercise doesn't exist within the weights. If we've just started it, it won't have an associated value, and so this is not going to be happy code. We can't have a value that is undefined, so what we're going to do is use the OR short circuit and provide a backup that is just an empty string. So it's going to look for this value in weights. If it exists, that will be the value that the input reads. Otherwise, we just show an empty string, and that's just going to be a blank state because probably no value has been added yet. When we do go to add a value, that's where we're going to call this onChange. And so what we're going to do in here, inside of this callback arrow function, we are very simply going to ensure that we receive the event as the input argument. The event contains the value that is being entered into the input, and we call on the handle add weight function, and all we do is we pass in the warmup exercise.name. If you recall, the first argument to this function is the title, which is just the exercise name, and that's how we access it. We get it from the warmup exercise object, and the second value is e.target.value. So that is going to look up the value within the event, which has just been, which is the information the user has just entered. Now, with that done, we should be able to save that. And if I refresh this page, we have some issue. I see we commented out is locked, but our code requires it. So for the minute, what I'm going to do is just come back and reintroduce a variable called isLocked, and that's just going to be false. We haven't yet created the code we need to be able to remove this static implementation that we had earlier. So if I refresh the page, I should now be able to open up a workout. Oh, that wasn't happy. We've got another error. Warm-up exercise is not defined. I have a sneaky suspicion I know what the issue is. Just where I have inside of our workout card tied to the input, it's obviously meant to be the workout exercise, not the warm-up exercise. Silly me. So let's go and refresh that. No errors. Let's open up a workout card for day 1. It shows up here, and now I should be able to enter each of these inputs, and we should have these values saved within that stateful variable weights, that when a user clicks save, we can read all the saved values or the stored values and save them to local storage. And we can confirm that this is working because in here I can throw in a console log of the title and the weight within the handle add weight function. This is what gets called every time a value of an input changes. And so now we can see that every time I type a key, I get a new value showing up, and even better, I've got the exercise as well. So cable rope pushdown, and then we can see the value in there. If I change the dumbbell skull crusher, that's what shows up in there. So that is working perfectly. We now have these weights. Now essentially all we have to do is when a user saves a workout, we have to save the current weights for this particular workout alongside all the other weights for every other workout. And that's why we have these functions just here that receive the data, where the data is going to be the weights for the current workout, and the index is going to be the basically identification of the current workout. So if we come back into this grid, we can now work on these functions. Well, actually, first what we could do is just tie them to the buttons at the bottom of our workout card. So if you come down the bottom, we have two functions. One is a save and exit, and the other is a complete. So all we have to do for each of them is add the onClick attribute that's going to take a callback function, and inside the save and exit button, we can call the handle save function, and we can pass in the workout index alongside a dictionary containing the weights object. Now, one thing I realize I've done is I've duplicated the workout index. Up here, I receive it as a prop, and I also use it inside of the map for the workouts. So what I'm going to do is change this one just so it's W index, and then I'm going to modify these values wherever it is displayed. And React is smart enough to figure out the discrepancy between the two of them, but I just like cleaning it up so that it is crystal clear what is going on. So all I did is I changed workout index here to be W index and W index, and I think that's the only two examples of it, and that still works. So this workout index is not for that particular workout section, it's for this entire workout, including the warm-up and the workout. So it's essentially what day we're on in our plan. Now, the data is going to be an object containing all of these key value pairs, so that is all good. And what we're going to do is essentially just invoke that handle save function and pass in the weights. Now, the onClick for the complete button is going to be very equivalent. It's going to take this callback function, this arrow function, and in here, instead of calling handle save, we're just going to call handle complete, and in there we're going to once again pass in the workout index and an object containing the weights. Now, these two functions don't exist within this component just yet, so what we're going to do is make sure that we tell this component to receive them via the props. So up the top, I'm going to comma separator, add that prop in, and I'm going to do that for the handle save and the handle complete. So now this component is expecting these functions, which are defined within the grid. All I have to do is pass them down. So here, as a attribute style prop, I can pass in handle complete is equal to handle complete. That assigns this function to a prop called handle complete, which the component will then receive, and I can do the exact same for handle save is equal to handle save, and that is within the curly braces. So now this component is receiving these two functions and it is invoking them when I click those buttons. So the last thing left for me to do in here is just make sure that the logic in here actually modifies this information. So I reckon the easier one is going to be the handle complete, so let's do that first. All we're going to do is create a new object, because once again, if you remember, stateful variables are immutable, we can't change them. And because the data is an object, I'm going to create a completely blank object, modify it until it is complete with the updated state, and then overwrite the previous state. So in here, we're going to have a new object, and I'm just going to spread out the data. So that's going to create this new object, and it's going to spread out data. So essentially, this object is going to have a key called weights and a value that contains all the weights for that exercise. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because then what I can do is I can take this new object and I can create a key called isComplete. And that is going to be equal to true. So now, new object is going to have one key called weights, and that's going to have all of the weights. And that's why I passed it down, if you remember, inside of an object just here with a key value. So this creates an object with a key, weights, and then it has all the associated values. In here, then what I can do is duplicate that object. I can create a new key called isComplete. And so now our new object has all of the weights. It also has a status, a complete status, and that's going to be equal to true. And now what I can do is call the handle save data, and I can pass in the index, and instead of having the data, I can have the new object. So we're actually going to leverage this handle save function to complete an object, because essentially completing is just saving, but we also create a new status or a new key associated with every workout, which tracks whether or not it's complete. So now what we can do is work on the handle save. That basically just updates the saved workout state, and it also persists it to our local device. So just like we did before, we're going to create a new object in here. It's scoped to this function, so we're going to say const new object is equal to object, and in here I'm going to spread out saved workouts. So this essentially starts off by duplicating saved workouts. So all the information we already have is now duplicated in this new object, but because it's a new object, I can now modify it to my heart's content, and then once it is finished, I can then overwrite the state using the setter function. So after that, what I'm going to do is comma, and I'm going to once again have a dynamic key for whatever index it is that I'm saving. So if I'm on index 5, which is day 6, that's the day that I'm going to be saving to this saved workout. And all I'm going to do is associate an object to that key. So I'm going to have the colon, then a new object. Now inside this object, what I'm going to do is spread out data. And data could be one of two things. It could either be an object with just the weights, or it could be an object that has not only the weights, but it has an is complete status. It could be either. And so what I'm going to do is spread it out in here so that we can create a duplicate of it within our new object. Now the other thing I'm going to do is also, for any workout, no matter whether or not I'm just saving or completing it, I am going to create the key is complete. Now the way that this is going to work is I'm going to read, see if it already has a complete status. If it does, then it obviously is complete. If it isn't, then I'm just going to say false. So that way when I come down and click true here, it's going to set it to true, but if it's not already true, then it will remain false. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to access the data, and I'm going to check for the is complete status. Now this will only exist if I've called handle save from this function right here, because only the handle complete objects contain this is complete key. If I've just saved the information, then it's only going to contain the weights, so this won't actually exist. Now what's going to happen if this doesn't exist is it's going to create a value of undefined. That's not what we want it to be false. So I'm going to use a sneaky shortcut right here. I'm going to use the double not key. So this is essentially I'm going to coerce this value to either be true or false. So if I were to just use a single not, that would convert it to the opposite. So if it was like not data is complete, if the data is not complete, true or false. If I do it twice, then that converts it to its equivalent boolean. So instead of inversing it, it keeps it consistent to the one that it actually is. So if this returned undefined, this would convert it to false, which is just a little bit cleaner. Now what I'm going to do in the case where that is false is I'm going to actually check and see if the saved workout version is already complete. And this is important because I could complete a workout, go back to it, modify it, and just click save instead of completing it a second time. So not only do I have to check the current data to see if it's complete, I also have to check our previous records to see if historically they had completed the workout. So what I'm going to do is the exact same thing. I'm going to have the double exclamation. I'm going to look in saved workouts. And here I'm going to use the optional chaining syntax in case any of these values don't exist. I don't want to break my code. I just want it to return undefined if they don't, in which case it will be turned to false. So to do that using dynamic keys, we have the question mark and then the period. And in here, I'm going to look up the index for this particular workout within our saved workouts. And then within that, if we find it, I'm going to look for the is complete key. So it's going to check our saved workouts for the current day and see if it is complete. And essentially, one of these or the other needs to be true. If the data isn't complete and we don't have a record of this workout being complete in our saved data, then it's still going to be false. It's obviously not finished yet. And so this is going to construct a new object that keeps track of every previous saved workout while modifying the current index that we're fiddling with, whatever index it is that we have open. And so now what we can do is we can come beneath this new object. We've constructed the new finished data to accommodate for all changes. We can now set saved workouts equal to the new object. We can set selected workouts equal to null. That will close the selected workout. And in between, we're going to write this information to local storage. So I'm going to say local storage.setItem. I provide a key to look up that's going to be associated with the key brogram. And the data we're going to save associated with this key is going to be our new object. Now, when you're saving to local storage, you have to save everything as a string. So what we're going to do is wrap it in circular braces so that we can call the JSON.stringify method. And what this is going to do is it's going to write our object into JSON, which can then be saved to our local storage and associated with this lookup key. So that is going to save information, persist it across page loads. A user could close the page, they could come back to it later, and this data will still be there. And once we have saved that, let's go ahead and check if all of that is working. You know, let's say I click on a push day and I've got some weights 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. I save, and now what I can do to check is I can come into my developer tools. I can look at application, I can come to local storage, and we can see that brogram does in fact have information saved. It's just behind my head right here. But here you can see it's on day 0, and I can see that all of the values are 4, and you can see the is completed status is false. Now we can't complete yet because this button is disabled, but we will get to that shortly. But at least our saved data is working. Now just while we're here, before we finish this up and make that complete work, and also just ensure that everything is rendering completely and we have locked all of these cards, what we're going to do is when the page loads, we're going to check the saved data and read it in so that everything is currently fresh. And inside of React, we do that using the useEffect hook. Now when we create a useEffect, we create it just above where we return our JSX. We call the useEffect hook, we invoke it, and it receives a callback function as the first argument and an array as the second argument. Now the array is the dependency array. So depending on what is in it, run this block of code. Now if we want this block of code to only run when our page is up and running and we're ready to read in the data, we just leave it blank just the way that it is. So that'll be perfect, and this code or this callback function will run when our page loads. So what we're going to do in here first is provide a guard clause and just first say, if not local storage or not saved workouts, exit out of here. We don't want to be here. We're not ready for it. If we get past this, then we're ready to in fact look up our data. So I'm going to create a variable called let saved data equal to an empty object. I'm using let because I'm potentially going to overwrite it. And then I'm going to have a secondary if check that says if local storage.getItem, and we're going to look up brogram. So before we use the setItem method, now I'm using the getItem method. I'm looking up the key brogram, and if I find any data, this will come back true, otherwise it will be false and I will exit. So if I look up local storage and find data, then what I'm going to do is say save data is equal to local storage.getTheItem and look up brogram. We've confirmed this data, and so now I'm going to assign it or overwrite save data to be that data. But it's coming in as JSON because that's how we're saved it, so we just have to make sure that we pass whatever we read. And now that we have this saved data, after that if clause, we can just say set saved workouts equal to the saved data. And the last thing we need to do is update this dependency array, and I'm going to do it automatically. Since we're using this saved workout state, it's actually going to run when saved workouts is good to go. So saved workouts is going to go inside of the dependency array. And if I save that, now that I have saved the data, if I refresh the page and open up this workout, we didn't get any information. Now the reason the values didn't automatically populate in here is because we haven't passed that information down. So if you recall, inside of the workout card up the top, we created saved weights just here. But saved weights isn't actually an attribute style prop that we have passed down yet. So saved workouts, we need to basically create it. I'm going to copy it. It needs to be a prop to the workout card. And it is very simply going to be saved weights is equal to an object. We're going to look up inside of saved workouts. We're going to use the optional chaining syntax. We're going to look it up for that workout index, and we're going to access the weights. So we go to the saved workouts, we find the particular day that we're on, and we look if there's any weights, and if they are, that's what saved weights will be. So if I save that, now when I come back and refresh the page and I click on the first day again, we still don't get anything. Now one little mistake I realize I made is when we were historically checking up here inside of our use effect if saved workouts exist, I realized that we actually don't need this code right here, and we also don't need it inside of our dependency array, so we can remove both and just check for local storage and have a blank dependency array. And now that fixes the bug that we were having before, so I can refresh this page, scroll down, look for our first workout, and our weights automatically populate. I could change this to be 5, I could save and exit, refresh the page, click on it, and now it says 5, so that is working perfectly. What I'm also going to do quickly is inside of Visual Studio Code, I'm just going to look up, using this search icon, all my console logs, and just make sure I delete them all, because it's a bit messy. You should clean up your code when you no longer need them for debugging purposes. So now we have all the weights, we have pretty much everything done. The last thing we need to do is conditionally show up which days a user is allowed to click on. Now what I'm going to do is refresh the page so that we have all of this showing, and now we can come back to this completed workouts array. Now what we're going to do in here is build a complicated array that basically says, okay, which entries are complete, and can a user move on from the next one? And so what we're going to do is we're going to map over every key inside of saved workouts. So we're going to say object.keys saved workouts we can only map over an array. I'm going to provide a backup of an empty object in here in case it happens to be null, because we can't call object.keys on null. And then what I'm going to do, that returns an array, and I can use the .map method, where the map method receives this callback function as its argument. Now once again, the intent of this completed workouts is just to create an array that very explicitly says, okay, this one is complete and this one isn't. So what we need to do in here is we need to receive the value or the entry. You could have the element, the entry, the value, whatever term you want to assign to it. And in here, for every entry in the array, we're going to say const entry is equal to, and we're going to look at saved workouts for that value or that index. Could be day 1, it could be day 5. And that's going to allow us to return the entry.isComplete status. And so now we're going to get an array of true, complete, true, complete, true, complete, false, false, false. So we know what day we're up to. So once we have that completed workout status, now what we can do is inside of our code, we can figure out if the entry is locked. So just here where we calculate the type and the training plan and all that good information, up the top we can define a variable called const is locked. And in here we're going to have some conditions. So it's a little bit more complex than just checking if the previous day was completed. So first, we have to check and see if the workout index is equal to 0. And the reason we're going to do that is because if the workout index is equal to 0, that means we're on day 1, and so we don't want this to be locked. So if that is true, then we want to return false. It's not locked, it's eternally unlocked. Otherwise, all we want to do is we want to check if completed workouts dot includes yesterday's index. Now, because the indexes are going to be strings, what we're going to do is have a formatted string just here, and we're going to say workout index -1. So what this line of code does is it looks at completed workouts, which is our array of which days are complete and which days aren't. And I actually made a mistake in this completed workouts. It's not meant to be a map, it's meant to be a filter. Because what the map would have done is it would have returned the true and the falses, which could technically have worked, but what we're going to do in this case is actually use the filter. So instead we're only going to have an array of the completed workouts instead of having a whole bunch of false statuses for incomplete ones. So this is just going to be an array of the indexes that we have completed, and so we can now check if that array contains yesterday's index. If yesterday's index, or the workout index -1, is in there, that means that we can do today's workout. Now, because it's is locked, that logic needs to be flipped. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the not in front of it, because if completed workouts does include yesterday's workout, then it is not locked. So hence we have the inverse, or the not keyword in front, the exclamation. So that's now going to be is locked, which means we can come up the top and remove our previous version. And so now that we have this is locked status, what I'm actually going to do is console.log the workout index. So I'm going to have a template literal string, and I'm just going to, well, actually, no, let's just comma separate them. The workout index and the is locked value. So if we look in our logs, we can see is locked as false on day 1, and then it's locked for every other day thereon afterwards. And that's exactly what we would expect. And so now that we have this is locked status, we can come down to our plan card, where we should be applying this inactive status, or this inactive style. So if we come into our index.css, let's just look up inactive. Here we can see we have a position of relative z index of -1, a cursor not allowed. Let's just have a background of green, and we'll make it important. Let's see if that shows up. So we can see that that is in fact working, and I actually didn't notice this before, but we do also get the correct icon showing up, and we get the cursor not allowed. But what I might just do is throw in one last style in here and just add in an opacity of 0.7. And so what that's going to do is really highlight that this is our complete day, and the rest are just going to be a little bit darker. You could do 0.7 or 0.8. I might bump it up to a 0.8. Now that's 9. Let's go for 8. So now we have our is locked status working, but I can still click on day 2, so that doesn't make any sense. So what we have to do in front of our button on click, we just have to throw in a guard clause and say if is locked, then we return out of this on click. And what that's going to do is it's going to block us from selecting this workout if the card is in fact locked. So now if I save that and refresh the page, we're on day 1, we can click on it, that works perfectly. If I try click on any other day, they will not open. Now I can save this workout, that is absolutely fine. That doesn't close it, and if we look at these functions just here, we can see that it should, oh well that's not good. We don't want to set saved workouts to null. What we actually want to do is set selected workout. So that's actually a bug. Let's go ahead and change that to set selected workouts. So just here on line 24, it was meant to be set saved workouts, the new object, and then set selected workout equal to null. So close the open workout after we've saved everything. So let's just refresh that page, and now when I save and exit, it closes that workout. That's what the exit part is for. So now the last thing we have to do is handle the complete. Now for the complete, that's going to be within the workout card. And what we're going to do is come into the workout card, and where we have this disabled status down the bottom, we're going to give it some logic to decide whether or not the workout is complete. Now we're going to say that the workout is complete when all 5 inputs have been entered. And the way that we can do that is we can say object.keys of the weights. We can go to our weights object up here, which tracks the weight associated with every exercise. And if there is in fact a weight associated with every key or every exercise, then we've completed the workout. So if we have 5 exercises and we have 5 weights, we should be done. So we can get the length of this array, so we can access the dot length. We get all the keys, then we find the length. And if all 5 exercises exist as a key inside of this object, the length will be 5. And so it's going to be true when that length is equal to the workout length, and it's going to be false when it's not equal to the workout length. So essentially we want to disable it whenever object.keys is not equal to workout.length, where workout is the array and that contains our potentially 5 or 4 exercises. So whenever our weights length is not equal to the workout length, this will be disabled. In the case where we do have a weight for every workout or every exercise, then it will be active. So now that should be complete, and that allows me to complete the workout. And did you see that? That unlocked day 2. And if I refresh the website, day 2 is still active. So now I could still click on day 1, I can save and exit, I can come into day 2, and now everything is blank, and we can see that is incomplete until I come in here, and as I enter this last one, it's now complete, and then I can move on to day 3. And that information is all saved, our modal is working perfectly, and just like that, it's time to deploy this project. Now the way that I'm going to deploy this code is via GitHub and GitLab and Netlify. Now, if you don't have a GitHub account, I'd highly recommend one. And if you are going to use GitHub, what you'll want is GitHub Desktop. This is what I use. If you don't know how to use Git, if you do, you're welcome to use Git. Basically, we just need the repo, the whole code base in GitHub. So I use GitHub Desktop for my personal projects and Git for my work stuff. And when you download it, it should give you a window that looks a little bit like this. Now what we're going to do in here is come up the top where we have this list, and we're going to hit add and click on the add existing repository button. We're going to hit choose just here, and we're going to navigate to our full stack course and click on the brogram. Now what we're going to do in here is open up this, the open button is just behind my head, and we're going to click on the create a repo button in here. And we're just going to provide a description of this. So we're going to say a 30 simple, well actually let's copy the title of the code. Let's actually make it consistent. So we're going to come into the index and just copy this right here. The 30 simple workouts plan. The simple 30 workouts plan, and then we're going to say built with ReactJS and Fanta CSS. And then you could throw an emoji on the end of it to be fair. Let's go for the fire emoji. Now this code base already has a GitHub README, so I'm not going to overwrite it. I'm just going to keep the existing one. You could potentially create a blank one if you are going to write a README for this project, which I highly recommend you do. If you want a template of what that should look like, I've linked one in the description down below. You can just copy it and adapt it. It's something that prospective employers will read over, so I'd highly emphasize for every project in this tutorial completing that process. And now we can just click create repo. The last step, so that creates the repo on our local device. We just need to publish the repo. I'm going to not private this code, so it's publicly available. Anyone can look at it. Click the publish button, and that's going to take our local code base and upload it to the cloud, and specifically our GitHub account. you will need to make sure that GitHub Desktop is associated with your GitHub account. And now that that has been pushed, I could come over to my GitHub profile just here, and if I look at my page, well, there it is right there, we can see to brogram, and that is our project. Now that I have that open, I can come over to Netlify, and this will also be linked in the description down below. And we're going to use Netlify to deploy our projects so that they are live on the internet. We're going to log in. If you don't have an account, I'd recommend creating one. I've associated mine with my GitHub account. And once we're logged in, what we can very easily do is click this Add New Site button. Now, once in here, we're going to import an existing project, and you'll get very familiar with this process as we deploy all of our projects in this course. We're going to deploy it from GitHub. It's going to authenticate with my GitHub account. We're going to have to look up the repo. I know that mine won't be in this list, so I can scroll down to the bottom and click on this Configure the Netlify app on GitHub. And now once I'm authenticated, I'm actually going to come in here, select the repo, and just look up to brogram and save that. And now I have the option of deploying this code. So I'm going to select this project. Netlify is going to think about it for a minute, recognize that it is in fact a ReactJS project, and then we can click this deploy button. Now, while it's deploying, the other thing we're going to do very quickly is come over to domain management, and just here it's going to show the default URL that it assigns to your project. I'm going to click options and edit the site name, and I'm going to steal this. This obviously has to be a unique URL, so I'm going to steal brogram.netlify.app. You could be slightly more creative, but basically whatever keyword you use or whatever title needs to be unique, and that's going to be the name of the site used in the URL. I'm going to click save. It's already taken. So that's going to be program-workout, program plan, I guess. Hit save on that, and that is now going to be my URL. Now, if we come up to deploys, we can see that it is deployed. Here we have our URL. I can click on it, and it is going to load up our app. I can start it, complete it, save it, come back to it, access it on my mobile phone, send it to my family and friends, or even post it on LinkedIn and share it with the Small James Education page. I'd love to see, any adaptations you guys make to these projects, which is something I'd absolutely recommend doing. If you've gotten this far, be sure to share it with your connections, your network on LinkedIn, tag me in it so I can see your great work. And yeah, add some personalizations, make some of your own adjustments. They don't have to be big. You could literally fiddle with some of the colors, it could be that simple. You could change some of the inputs, you could meddle with the font, you could modify some of the workouts, you could change some of the buttons, you could, edit this text, change the number of workouts, the list goes on. The last thing we're going to do before we move on to the next project is copy this link, and we're actually going to come back up to our web portfolio into the index.css, and we now get to add our very first project. So what we're going to do when we have our cards grid right here, we have our latest projects. We're going to assign the date for this project. So this is Jan 19, 2025 for me. The name of the project is Brogram. For the technologies, we can have ReactJS, we can have FantaCSS, and we can have JavaScript. You can come up with a description, but what I'm going to do is once again just copy the text that is straight out of the index.html right here and paste that into our index.html right here. Well, actually what you could also do is copy this text up here, but that would, it's up to you. You have to be creative with this. It's just going to be a simple intro. And now the last thing we need to do is add the links. So obviously here we have our live link. So we can update this live link right here, paste that in there. That will take a user to the workout. And the other one we can add is the link to the GitHub code. So I'm going to click on the repo on my page. It's going to take me to that code base. this is where you would want to fill out your README. But if we just copy that link, then I can paste it in here for the href for the GitHub code. Save that, and now when a recruiter or a prospective employer or anyone viewing your portfolio clicks on those links, they'll get taken to the live project and also the GitHub page. So yeah, how cool is that? Project number 1 is complete. We can update the portfolio. 2 more to go. The last 2 are so insanely cool. They'll be absolutely brilliant additions. And then the very last thing we'll do is come back to our portfolio, deploy it so it's live to the internet, and you are ready to knock the socks off some prospective employers. Whoa, wasn't that an absolutely massive 5 hours of hard work, lots of learning, lots of coding, lots of mental brain power being put to good use, building out some cool projects. If there's one thing that's for sure, it's that you are an absolute legend for all the hard work that you have put into this course so far. Now at this point you're probably wondering, oh James, where's the rest of the course? The answer is that as much as I try to release 99% of the content that I make for free on the YouTube, it felt that this course was just a little bit more premium. I spent an absolutely ungodly length of time planning all the resources and filming and producing all of the content. And at the end of the day, your boy's got to make $1 so that I can continue making all of the cool free resources available on YouTube and, obviously support the family. I hope you all understand my decision, and if you are enjoying the course, that you do head over to the Udemy. We've got some amazing projects left to build. The e-commerce store is so insanely cool. It's a great addition to the portfolio. And the full stack subscription tracker is also an absolute weapon of a project. Once again, well done on the hard work you've put in coming this far. Thank you guys for all of your support, and I'll see you around on the Udemy course, on the other side, or in the next YouTube video. Peace.